All right. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the OBS was dragging on me, so I started up a new stream. So hopefully I'll be able to see people here. And let's do this a little bit. Pull this up. And let's do the entire screen. And we'll do this one. All right. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hear background music or not. Let me pull this stream up. I want to check and see what you guys are hearing or if anything at all. Let's pull this. All right, test. Okay, a little bit of a lag. All right, this will work. Okay, so pretty much what we're going to do today. Let me see. I want to see if I can play some music in the background. All right. So since I'm not using OBS and just doing the screen share, this is what we're going to be stuck with. All right, so I'll check over and excuse me. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to pick up on part 2 of the forensics, and we'll pretty much start from scratch. But to go through it, it's the eights. It's called 886. All right, so let's power on this virtual machine. So as you see, I got Kali Linux. I did a fresh install, so now I'm more current. So I got the 2024.2 version. And we're going to be using this forensics lab, which is called HA Forensics. And I'll show you everything once we get it opened up. So let's power on the forensics, and then we'll come over to Kali and let's fire this up. And since we're here, let's go to view. We'll go to full screen. Excuse me. Okay, just to give you an idea too on how we got the lab set up. We come to forensics. We go to my settings. Give a second. I'm waiting for Kali. Okay. If you look here on my network adapters, I got 2 network adapters. Okay. So if you see here, I've got on this machine, we got VMnet 1. So if you see it's host only, but we're in a virtual network. If we go over to Kali, we want to make sure that they're both set up in the same network. I need to get me some water. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, so pretty much what we're doing. I got some bug or something in my throat. Okay. Set this over here. Okay, so what I was saying is we got a virtual network set up. So if we go here, we can hit cancel. Come over here to VM, the Kali Linux, the settings here. And as you see here, I've got it set up on the same network, a custom VMNet. If you click down, say VMNet host only. And then I got my second adapter, which is NAT, so I can get out on the internet. So that's pretty much the configuration of that. So now we can go view, full screen. All right. So here, we're going to log in as root. So if we can put this mic down a little bit more. Okay. And it's Kali by default. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's wait for it to log me in. There we go. And then what I'm going to do here is we're going to click and we're going to open up Cherry Tree. Okay. All right. So as you see here, this is my HA Forensics CTF. This is the walkthrough. And I finished this up last night. I've been putting it together. I'm going to try to actually put a full video together and then I'll post it up. But I just wanted to kind of step through this as a live stream. Then after the live stream, I'll work on an actual video and I'll put it together so people can go back and review it. I think my sinuses are bugging me. All right. So I got my prerequisites. I got the overview right here. Some extra. Let's see if we can open this up. So an overview of the CTF, and then this is the walkthrough. All right. So if we begin, we're going to show you here. We go over. This is our target machine. So this is what we're going to go after. As you see, it's running Ubuntu 1804 LTS, and it's got a login. So let's say we were trying to log in like normal. So the login, I don't know, let's say admin. And then let's type in password. Okay, it's incorrect. So you do know something's being hosted here. So let's come back here to our Kali box. And we're going to open up a terminal. And I just want to show you one thing on this terminal. As you notice, I'm logged in as root. Now, the thing is, the way I've got it set up is that I don't have to keep typing in sudo and use super user. Now, the thing is, this isn't a production environment. So this is actually okay. Because again, this is for a lab network. If this was a production environment, this would be a no-no. And one, I don't know why you'd be running Kali on a actual live network in the first place, but it is what it is. Okay, so as you see, I'm root. So the first thing that we're going to do, if we come back over here, is we got to figure out our IP address. Now in Kali or in Linux, it'll be, the command is ifconfig. See the IP address of our local machine, Kali. So if you see here, I'm going to type in ifconfig, and it's going to come back on this Ethernet 0. And I'm going to just give you a little general walk down of what each one of these means. Again, I don't have to give a full network course. We'll be going over that eventually, but you'll be able to see, as in the first video, I've already covered a lot of this in the last live stream. All right, so let's come back. And in our terminal, let's type in ifconfig. This mic is getting in my way. All right. So what we're going to do is pull this over a little bit more. Let's type ifconfig. Now, if you look here, you're going to be able to notice the information that comes back. So it's showing there's a Docker that's running, which we don't have Docker. So that's a clue for what's coming up pretty soon that you're going to see. Right here is Ethernet 0. This is our wireless device that we're using. So if you notice here, and this is for Kali, this is my IP address, 192.168.148.132. Now, what we want to do is find, so we go Control-Shift-T, opens up a new terminal, and we can also rename it. So if you right-click, you can also go Alt-Shift-S, but we're going to rename this one. We're just doing this so we can keep tabs, okay, of everything that we're doing. So ifconfig. And again, this is general basics. I'm just trying to keep it simple for brand newcomers wanting to do a CTF and work along with us. So everybody's invited. We don't care about the external USB. Okay. So we type in ifconfig. It changes the name in our tab. So now this one, we're going to rename this, and we're going to call this netdiscover. Because what we're going to do is, the next command is understanding what devices are on our network. So to show you here on this command, let's scroll down. Whoops, not that far. Why is it doing that? As you see here, we're going to run netdiscover -I, which is your interface, and I showed you it's ETH0. So let's copy that. Hold on one second. All right, and I return again. Busy house, busy house. All right, so I said we're going to run the net discover command. So if we copy this, I think I already copied it. All right, let's come back up here. And the reason that we're copying and pasting for the newcomers that's actually coming into the CTF, I would say you could type these commands, but at the very beginning, copy and paste them so you can better understand what the commands are actually doing. Then I would say go back, type, because I don't want you to be making typing errors and then be flustered and be like, oh my gosh, what am I doing wrong? When I've already double checked the commands, everything that I put in that I've noticed so far that I went through when I demoed it, all the commands worked. And I did that copied and paste just to make sure there was no typos. All right. So if we type right click here, we're going to paste the selection. Now, as you see, it's starting up a scanner. So it's going to start scanning anything from, well, it's going to start scanning the network. And as you see, 192, 168, and it's going, incrementing 8, 9, 10 on the subnet. And if you look right here, it's a 016. This is called a mask or the CIDR notation. Why does this keep coming up? Okay, so just to step through the addresses, if we look back here on our IF config, it shows I am 132, but I am in the 192, 168, 148 network, okay? And I've got mine set up where it's static, so I'm 132. Man, my throat. Okay, as you see, I'm 132. So if we come back to Net Discover, we're seeing there's a 128. Now if we go Control Shift Z, it's going to exit out for us, stop the command. .1 is our router, okay? Now 128, this is a foreign address, so that's probably going to be pretty pertinent for us. So as you see over here too, it also gives us the vendor name. The reason it's saying VMware because we're running this in a virtual machine. It also gives us the MAC addresses, virtual MAC addresses, so they're not actually physical MAC addresses, but it's running on virtual hardware. If you were running this on a local machine or other actual physical hardware, you would actually have an actual MAC address and actual vendor's name. All right. So let's come back. We're going to do some more. This is called reconnaissance, what we're doing here. So let's come back up to our handy dandy guide. Now let's scroll down. Now a quicker scan that you could do is called an ARP scan. And again, I could show you this, but it's going to be a lot quicker than what we just watched on running a net discover command. But this is ARP, and it's going to be ARP scan. To go L, which is this is called a flag when we push the dashes. So as you see, this is going to be the results. It's going to come back. 1 is my router again, 254. This is called a loop back. And then there's that device again, 128. So I'll just show it to you here on live. And this walkthrough will be provided in my courses and in my class and also on the Discord. So anybody that has joined or checked out so far, we actually have a Discord. And looks like I got somebody in the chat. Yes, hello, Wingman. Nice to see you. All right. So, and thanks for stopping by. So what we've got here is that's going to be our target. So 128. So now what we're going to do is we're going to run some scans, and it's called an mmap scan. And again, I've covered all this on the last video. And if you notice, I've got resources and stuff that you can actually check out. Here's a cheat sheet for Nmap, and it goes into more detail. So, but again, if you haven't joined the Discord, I'll have this provided, and you can play along, do the CTF, and follow along step by step as well. So as you notice here, we're going to run, here's the Nmap command, and these are the flags, and this is our target, 128. So we go copy. Let's come back over here. And let's go Control-Shift-T, open up a new terminal. And let's run our Nmap scan. So as you see, I'm going to break down so you can actually see what each command means. So -A, as you notice, the first one, this is the flags, is the enable the operating system detection. Dash, and it's case sensitive. All right. So we got lowercase s, capital C is the equivalent. It's going to run default scripts. And PN, if you notice here, PN is, it's not going to send ICMP packets. Again, you'll learn more of this in the networking class. Some other ones that we could have done is SS, which is a send scan, TCP send scan. We can specify specific ports. So as you notice, like 80, 443, 1535. We can probe certain ports. We can enable the OS detection, verbosity. You got IPv6 scanning, which right here we're doing IPv4. And again, this will be on the networking class. So since we've already copied this, let's run it and let's see what comes up. Okay, it's starting the scan. Let's right click, rename this session here, and let's call this Nmap. And let's give it the target. So 192 dot, this microphone is in my way. Okay, dot 168 dot, what do we got? 148, yep, 148.128. Okay. So now if you noticed here on this app scan, it's scanning, and we use this in networking, but it's scanning the ports. There's 65,535 ports on any device. And again, more of a networking talk. Again, I'm just trying to give you a 300-foot view, fundamentals. So if you notice here, we got open the SSH port, which is on port 22. Then if you notice here on port 80, we have an Apache web server running. Port 80 is HTTP, which would be a browser. So think of it like it's hosting a website, right? So if we go out here, any more information that it gives us, telling us it's running Linux, which we already kind of know by, now you wouldn't have known this before, but it's giving us pertinent information. We saw that because when we were looking at our virtual machine, remember when we came up here, you already saw it's running Ubuntu 1804, which is Linux. But we're going to pretend that that's a separate computer and we didn't see any of that. All right. So the next step is we're going to do some further reconnaissance. So if we come back here to Cherry Tree, let's scroll down. As you see here, it's giving us the same information, which I just mentioned, port 22. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention to you is, if you notice right here, there's an RSA, there's ECDSA, ED, these are keys. Now, there's a reason this will be very pertinent, and we're going to learn a little bit more about this as we advance. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out right here. This is a key value, and I'll explain more. All right. Once we come back here, let's scroll down. Okay, so now let's go look at the target. Okay, so we're going to look at port 80. So if we come back here, let's open up a browser. This is Firefox. And some of this I already have open. All right. Now, if you notice here, we typed in the target address into your browser, 192.168.148.128. And as you notice, this comes up. So again, it was hosting a website on an Apache server. Now, if you notice, there's two buttons. One says HA Forensics, and one says click here to get a flag. Well, the thing is, we don't want to sit here and be click happy, right? Because what do we know? We don't click foreign links or buttons that we have no idea what they do. So let's just say you're a noob and you decided, hey, you know what? Let's just start clicking around, see what things. And again, that's actually sometimes good because it's good for exploring. However, sometimes links can be malicious. So I'm trying to give you the methodology or just the mindset of how links or buttons or anything can be used in the real world. Okay. So the thing is, if somebody sent you a link and said, hey, check this out, and you don't know who they are, more than likely, don't check the link. It's probably malicious, going to take you somewhere that you weren't expecting it to, and you're not going to be very happy. So if you notice here, clicking this button could redirect us somewhere else on the page, but let's check. So if we click here, look up in the browser. Now, as you notice, see, it did redirect us. So it went to the Style 2 page on the website, and then this GIF. As you notice, this is called Rickroll. So that's Rick Astley. Never going to give you up, never going to let you down. So therefore, it's trolling us. But again, in the real world scenario would be, what if you click that and now it just took us, let's say you're on a banking website and you clicked a button and you didn't realize that that site was compromised, and it redirects you to some other login portal. You log in your information and credentials, and now you just gave a malicious attacker your login information. So that's why you always want to see where it's redirecting you and where the site's going. Now, again, in this scenario, it's it's a lab environment, and it's just trying to show you what can happen if you click on something that could have been malicious. So instead of getting rickrolled, you would have actually got hacked. So let's go back. All right, so here we are back at the main page. So if you notice here, I already mentioned this in my walkthrough and in my write-up. If we come down here, see, only elite hackers click buttons, right? Oof, I hope you are not a noob and we're too click happy. See, guess we live and learn. As you just saw, that's why we don't do that. Okay, so let's do a little bit more recon on our target. So the next scan that we're going to run is a tool called Nikto. And again, there's all sorts of different types of scans you can use and different tools as well. And a lot of these in map, I guarantee you're definitely going to use it in any type of engagement. But Nikto is another useful one. So if you notice here, we're going to go Nikto -H, which is our flag, and 192.168 of our target. So let's copy that. And that's the host is H. Okay. So I'm going to copy, come back here. So we got our nmap. So let's go Control-Shift-T, open a new terminal. Let's rename this to Nikto. And let's paste. All right, so while that's scanning, I'm just going to step through and show you. I've already put it here in the walkthrough, so I'm just going to give you a little bit of the information. Okay, so let's look through some of this information that it gave us. So as we noticed before, and same thing in nmap, it told us we're running a server of Apache 2.49, and it's running Ubuntu. Okay, so that's relevant. Okay, the anti-clickjacking X-frame options header is not present. Okay. The XSS protection, I think I'm getting too far from the mic. Okay. The XSS protection header is not defined. The header can't hit the user agent to protect against some forms of XSS. Okay, let's see. The Apache 2.4.29 appears to be outdated. which is okay. That's relevant. So we could find an attack that way as in a vector. The IP address found in location header IP, blah, blah. The web server may reveal its internal IP address. Okay, useful, useful. The main thing we want to look here is, look, see, we got some folders. So if we look here, we got an images folder, a styles folder, and an icons folder. And it's a README file, see? All right. So let's see, any other useful information? If we get back 3 results, let's do a little more recon. Okay, the next one, while that's scanning, we're going to do is called DERB. And what it is called Directory Buster. And I give you some links that gives you more information about the tools and how to use them. So we come down here. So you just type it in just like an HTTP, but you're going to go Directory Buster, which is DERB. I'm going to copy that. Come up here. Okay, so as you see, images, style, and icons, the information that I just showed you. So again, reconnaissance is the most important thing that you will do on a pen test, because the more information that you've got on the target, you can get in, do what you need to do, and get out. And the thing is, if you want to stay persistent, you know the firewalls that's in place, you know how to evade and get around certain targets. So it's always good. Recon, recon, recon. All right. So let's do a new tab. We're going to paste this selection in. Let's call this DERB. And we're going to get rid of the text part here. The reason why, we're going to use that a little bit later. So let's just use this DERB scan. Okay, so as you see, it's starting up. This is using a word list to brute force and go through these file structures. So as you see, it's a common text. We're using this word list called common text. Now, we scroll up. Let's look at the information that it just gave us. Okay. So as you notice here, it scanned 128, and it looked in that directory of images. It looked in this directory called style. And in this images, so, okay, style, images, style. Again, they came up again. So we found 2. So images and style. So why don't we probably get ready to navigate and check and see what these folders look like. So let's come back over here and see what information that we may find. Okay. Oop, went too far. Let's scroll up. Okay, once the scan is completed, we will see images directory. Let's explore this directory more. Let's go to our browser and use our target's IP address with the images directory. So if we come back over here, we're going to go /, and it should already be there. Yep. Okay, as you notice, we've got all these JPEG pictures that came up, but then these are numbered 1 through 8. Now, I'm assuming, which would be logical, we could look at each one of these. So let's just look at it. Okay, it's a picture. I can look at this one. See anything relevant? No. Let's look at number 3. Okay, just another picture. Number 4. Okay, nothing really relevant. Let's look at 5. Okay, nothing there. 6. Now the thing is, there could be possible information here because we're just looking at an image, but I'm going to show you certain tools and what we can do with pictures and images. And we're almost to that point. Okay, there's some evidence. Okay, let's see what's here. Okay, some more evidence. So we come up here. So we noticed 2 that stuck out. when we first looked. This DNA and fingerprint. Let's look at this DNA. Take forensic science, they said. It will be fun, they said. Keanu Reeves. Okay. Now let's look at this one. Fingerprint. Because just the way that they name these is what sticks out. So some stamp from France, Edmond Lacard, 1877 to 1966. Now, the thing is, in any CTF, sometimes there's rabbit trails, sometimes there's little Easter eggs that could be hidden. We could go down the path because, again, leave no stone unturned is what I always try to tell my students or anybody getting it, that does this. However, time is of the essence. Sometimes we don't want to just spin our wheels for no apparent reason, but sometimes there are little Easter eggs that are fun. So we could look up Edmond Lacard and see if there's a little back history about him and how is he actually pertinent to this CTF. And if you look, there's like a Sherlock Holmes, and there is a little relevance, and I'll let you guys Google and look up Mr. Edmond Lacard, and you might see why he might be relevant to this CTF. Okay, but as the information at hand, if we go back, I'm going to show you that things aren't always as they appear. So let's scroll down. Okay. See, we see a list of JPEG images. The two that definitely stick out to me are the DNA and the fingerprint. Agreed. So let's download the images so we can further investigate. So there's the DNA. And there's the Edmond Lacard stamp. Okay. Once you have right-clicked and saved your images to download, we can learn a new tool. So if you notice here, on this, wait for the image to come up. Okay, on this image, if you right-click, you can save your image as. Now on Kali, once it saves, it's going to save to my downloads directory. So if we look here in my downloads directory, okay. We will see I already have the images here, plus some other information that you're going to find out later as we go on down through the CTF. Okay, so now that's clicking like Windows. So I'm trying to show people Linux is very similar, especially if you're using a GUI, a graphical user interface, very similar like Windows. However, let's do this from our command prompt. Oops, I already had one open. Okay, so we're going to File. We're going to open a new tab. Now, what we're going to do here is, as you notice, that tilde sign. This means we're in our home directory, okay, our root directory. So a couple commands. And I'm also going to be making a course on Windows using the command line, which would be the command prompt or PowerShell, as well as Linux. We're going to learn Bash, which is Bash scripting, and how to navigate and use the terminal in Linux. So it'll be a Windows and a Linux 101 course that'll be I'm working on currently, and it'll be in my classes by Google Classroom, which if you join the Discord, you'll be able to get more information and be able to get an invite link once they're completed and step through the course. So we're going to type in ls, which is a list, a long list. And as you notice, it gives us the file format, right? So the layout. So it shows me my folders that are in my root directory. So there's desktop, documents, downloads, this EXIF tool, which you're about to learn, music, pictures, same, very similar like Windows and the command prompt. So what we want to do here is we want to go CD, which is change the directory. You got to, it's case sensitive, so downloads with a capital D. Now, if you notice right here, we're in root Cali and it's showing us our working directory. So if you type in another command just to show you pwd, it's going to show you me where I am. So if you notice, I'm in root, right, as I'm logged in as root, and I just navigated to the downloads directory, which is here. These colors specify if these are folders, directories, files. So you'll be able to see this in a few minutes. So if you notice here in my downloads folder, I can also now type ls again because I want to see what's in this folder. Now, if you notice, the colors changed. So if you're looking like, here's my text documents in green, a zip file is here in red, this fingerprint JPEG, see the different colors, okay? So it shows you which is files, which is directories, so on and so on. Okay, so as you notice, what we're navigating here for is I want to see the pictures that I just downloaded, okay? So if you notice, there's that DNA JPEG and the fingerprint. Now, I already have this installed, but I'm going to show you guys what you may need to do because it's probably not already installed on your Kali Linux distribution. So this one's called the EXIF tool. So the EXIF tool is a platform independent Perl library plus a command line application for reading, writing, and editing meta information in a wide variety of files. The EXIF tool is also available as a standalone Windows executable in a Mac OS package. I gave you some resources, and the tool that we're going to be using is it's called EXIF Tool by Phil Harvey. It's read, write, and edit meta information. And you can go to this site. And the reason I'm showing you guys these sites, I want to show you that I'm not sharing anything malicious. And if there is anything, please notify me if something was to pop up and you're like, what's going on, because it's not intentional and I don't want to be sharing malicious, information. All right. So if we click here, we're going to go paste and go. And if we look here on our EXIF tool, the EXIF tool by Phil Harvey, read and write meta information. So this is your downloads for your Windows. There's a download version. See, they got an updated version of July 12th of 2024. It's only 7.1 megs. So you got a 32 and 64-bit version in Windows. And let's see. Anything else here? And they also, for like they said, for Mac. Okay. That gives you that nice little link there. So come back over here to the write-up. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to install EXIF tool in its libraries. So the way you do this is in your root directory, we're going to go apt-get install this EXIF library image EXIF tool Perl. Now I already have it installed, but I want to show you how this works. Now again, if you're not logged in like me as root, you as a standard user are going to also have to add a command before this, and I'll show you exactly what it is. It's called the sudo command, which is changing it to your super user, okay, which would be making you like a god row, the admin row over the entire account. Now, by default, that's why Kali isn't set up as root, because if you were to get compromised, you don't want it taking over the whole environment or your whole operating system. I'm in a lab environment, so I don't like to have to worry about keeping typing sudo, and it's a controlled environment. And again, I'm not really worried about that. I can always restore the image if something does get corrupted or damaged. And I'm also segmented from my actual physical network that I have here at home in a virtual environment. So we come up here. Let's see, this one. Okay, that was our files. So let's hit enter. We can actually type clear here. Okay, make it nice and clean. And we're going to right click Now, as I said, apt-get install. Now for me, because I'm logged in as root, you may not be. You might be logged in as whatever username you created, right? So it might be Bob at Cali downloads, okay? So I'm going to show you here. As you notice, it's reading the packages, it's building the dependencies, it's reading. See, it's already the newest version, 0.622.22-3. It's telling the file, the library image exif2 Perl is already the newest version, so it told me that I'm already updated. The following package were automatically installed and no longer required, so it's telling you what it did. All right. Now, in some cases, you might have to type su, see, sudo. Now, by this command, this will escalate your privileges. Now, the problem is with sudo is when you create it, it's got to have a password. Now, again, it'd be just like Windows. If you're going to run something as an administrator, you got to have the password. Never share this password with anyone. Okay. Now, I logged in to my root account, so I don't have to keep typing in the password every time. So that's exactly how you would do it. Just type in sudo apt install. And if you watch, mine's going through again, right? That's because I'm already root. If I logged out of this account and I logged in as a regular user, I would do just like you, having to type in the sudo command. And I have some references and stuff that are shared a little bit later that tells you all about the sudo commands. All right, so we come up here. See, your install will begin, and it looks like this. I take screenshots of everything, but I just want to also show you physically how everything will be done. So notice here, same information. Okay. Now this here, if you notice, was actually installed when I wasn't super user. Okay. So this is what you should be able to see. Once completed, we can now navigate to our downloaded DNA, JPEG, and fingerprint DNA and run our EXIF tool. So we're going to go to CD downloads folder like we just did. If you notice in here, there's our data, the DNA and the fingerprint. And now since we have EXIF tool, we're going to run it. So we're going to type in the name of the tool, EXIF tool. And now we want to say what we want to run it against, which will be this DNA JPEG. So we're going to copy this. And let's name this. Let's clear this. Oh, be nice if I could type. Okay. Now we're going to rename this EXIF tool. Okay. Now again, we're in our downloads folder as you see here. Another thing, if you weren't, this is what you would normally see. So if we go CD and we go ... which means change directory, and we're going to go up a directory. As you notice, I'm back to my tilde, which is my home folder, okay, my root folder. So if I type in ls here, see, I was seeing my desktop and documents and all this information again. So you, again, how do we go back? Remember, change directory, downloads, right? And case sensitive. Okay, now if we type in ls, right, to the list, we're going to see our documents. So there's the DNA folder because we want to make sure we're in the correct folder. Now, we're going to type in our EXIF tool, and we want to run it against this DNA JPEG. Now, if you notice here, it comes back with information. So the information that it gives us, it shows us. Now, this is called metadata. This is what it's looking at, is the metadata. And almost every picture, all pictures do this unless it's been actually filtered. Facebook and other online services or social medias, they actually mitigate this for you. So it'll remove a lot of this identifying information. However, if you're sharing pictures and you send it to somebody else's phone, you're probably giving metadata information. Now, the reason that we use stuff is it's also great for OSINT, geolocation, and being able to give information because it tells us where the picture was taken, what time the picture was taken, what type of device it was taken with, the f-stop maybe on a camera that it was taken, the shutter speed. Again, it can get a lot more information. Right here, we're getting general information. It's not going to give us as much. So if you notice here, it's telling us the file version that we're using of EXIF tool. It's running against this file, DNA JPEG, showing us what time we did it, and the file permissions that's on this folder or picture or image or directory. We'll get into this later as well when it comes to file permissions. Means read write. This means read, read. Now we can change permissions on certain folders if we can have access in Linux, which would be like chmod, and we'll definitely be covering this a little bit later. So we come down here a little bit more. There's some more information. So it's telling us that it is a JPEG format, okay, that the picture is GIF, the resolution, X and Y resolution, 96 by 96, the image width, 400 by 400, some Huffman encoding, bits per sample, the color components, blah, blah, blah. Nothing great here in the megapixels. Now, again, there is other tools that we can use and give it other commands that'll give us a lot more useful information. Okay, now we had two images, right? So let's go LS. And we noticed here, we also had the fingerprint, right? So let's run EXIF tool against that. Let's type in fingerprint. Now it's going to come up for me because I already typed it. You might just want to copy and paste or type it yourself, but make sure you put .jpeg as the extension. All right, so we run this. If you notice, something just popped up for us, but let's scroll up. If you notice here, the EXIF tool version, in this CTF, I forgot to mention, there's going to be 4 flags. The flags are what we're after. Now, again, think of this is all pertinent. So think of it as a piece of a puzzle, and the more pieces we get is how we finally solve the jigsaw puzzle. So we're trying to get each little piece, and the more pieces we get, the picture gets clearer and clearer. Now, the thing is, in a CTF, this is vulnerable on purpose. But as a hacker or going up against a network or whatever, we want to get as much information about our target and be able to put the picture pieces together so we can get a clear view of what we're after, right? And at the very end, hopefully, we're going to get our pot of gold that we're all after. And you want to become God row and end up escalating your privileges on any network and pretty much become, the admin or the sysadmin or root specifically. So if you noticed here, we've got the version again, our image, the time that we're running this. Now, if you notice, this says read write permissions, a read and a read, a JPEG, showing us here, image JPEG. But there's something a little better down here. And as you see, right in front of us is flag. Now, depending on the CTF, they usually lay it out in a format. So if you notice these brackets, there's our flag in between. Okay. Now they hide them. So this is our first flag. So congratulations on finding your first flag in this CTF. And we did this through EXIF tool, which is searching for metadata. So if you notice here in my write up, let's scroll down. Okay, there's the second one, and there's this flag. See, woohoo, we found our first flag, 1 of 4. So again, we copy this, and you would post this in your cherry tree, because hopefully you're taking notes. And if you notice here, you got your parent directory, subdirectory. See, so there's a parent directory, and I can make subdirectories. And then you can add in your text. You can add in links. So if you notice here, you can edit, see right here. So let's say here I wanted to make a new one. So we could go right here, give it it's called a node. So this will be my parent node. We'll just say test, right? Test. We're going to go, okay. As you see, it made a new node. Again, parent node, right? Now you can type in your node. So we could say right here, let's come back. We'll copy this. We'll copy this. Come back here. And let's say you were doing a CTF and you would type in your notes. There's your flag. Now, also, you want to tell where you found your flag, how you got your flag. So we could go right here. We could go exif tool, EXIF. Oh, it'd be nice if I could type. This keyboard's too far away. Exif tool, right? And we can also say exif tool. We found it in, and what was the name of the picture again? Fingerprint, right? Fingerprint.jpg. Okay, and that's where we found our flag. Now, again, you can put as much information, you can take screenshots, you can post it as well. Now here, we could change this. And let's see, I don't remember where we changed the name. Right there, change no properties. So here, we can put recon, right? Or we can put flags. Right? Pertinent information. You can break it down in any subcategory you want, which is always good. See, so flags. So I can type in here. See, it posts up over here, and now I got my flags here. So again, keeps everything organized, but it's a great useful tool once you get done with it. Let's say you get done with ETF, like once we finally get done, you're going to come down here. You can export it, so you can put it to an HTML file. You can put a PDF file that you can send in an email. Other people can read. I usually do mine in PDF, so it's easy just for people to upload, view it or whatever. I can also do HTML and I'm going to show you guys how you're going to be able to host your own website using a GitHub, what to say, GitHub, Get Pages. And on Get Pages, we're going to use a static site generator called Hugo. And with that, we can use Markdown language. And with Markdown language, you'll be able to host, like I said, pretty much pictures and text and create your own blog. And it's all hosted for free. And again, the traffic will be limited and stuff. But again, this is mainly for employers, for you to put out so your employers can look at it, or you can have your friends look at your little journey or cyber journey and what you're learning. So again, we'll be covering that in my first class in my courses. And after that, then we'll get into the networking course, which will go into a lot of detail and all that. I'm doing these CTFs just like I said, give everybody, hopefully people interested in cybersecurity, and be able to fill in the gaps on once we start learning. When we get to the pen testing, everything's going to make sense because I'll be giving you a lot of the fundamentals. But here, I'm trying to show you all the fundamentals and everything that we learn all in one place. So let's come back here. I'm going to right click. I'm going to delete that node because we don't really need that. All right. So let's come back to the CTF. So we got our first flag. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit more recon. Okay. So we have our DIRB enumeration, which was directory buster. What we're going to do is we're going to actually give it a flag this time. And if you notice, you saw this earlier, and that's why I took it out. We're going to use this flag, which is X. So -X. See, if you notice, let's try another DIRB. Yet this time we will add an extension filter. This is a filter in the case X. Okay. So we're going to copy this. And it's going to give us, hopefully, some extra information. So we got exif tool. We'll go file. Let's open a new tab here. my browser open. Okay. I'm going to paste. And now at the end, let's run the scan. Okay. And let's call this one dirb-x. Okay. So dirb-x. And hit OK. Now if we come back over here, we're going to look at our write-up. So while it's scanning, I just want to give you some extra information that it's using. So again, it's looking at this word list that it's using to brute force through this file structure. User share, this is where it's located, dirb, and the word list. There's multiple word lists you could use, but this is called common text, okay? You'll use, later on in other CTS, we'll use tools like Hydra to do brute forcing, John the Ripper. There's multiple password crackers and dictionary files that we can use with tons of lists. And I can show you other resources once we do some more CTF training about different types of word lists that are out there. All right. So if we notice, it says it found an extra directory that we didn't notice before. This one here is located at tips.txt on our target device of 192.168.148.128. So what can we do here? Let's actually go navigate to this. Now you can click on it, it'll go there, but I like to copy and paste. So let's open up our browser, open up a new tab, and we're going to go paste and go. Now, if you noticed here, it gave us a file structure, file directory. We see a flag.zip file and this iGoder /iGoder. So we can go online, we can look up iGoder, and you're going to see what this is in just a second. And then this flag, it's in a zip file. Now, one thing we know about zip files, they're compressed, but sometimes you can put a password on them. And if it's password protected, we might have an issue unless we can brute force a zip file. But let's see. Let's go down through here. As you notice, let's see, it appears we have we have found two directories and possibly our second flag, and that /flag.zip folder. Okay. So if we come down, as you notice here, if you navigate to the zip folder, it'll download. Okay. So if you see here, again, it's already in my directory. I already got it downloaded, but I'll show you anyway. Oh. Oh, I'm dumb. Sorry about that. Let's go back to tips.txt. I don't know why I did that. All right. And now we're going to go to the flag.zip folder. So flag.zip folder. Huh. That's odd. Is this it? This is very odd. Did I lose connection? Oh, all right. I was screwed up on my navigation. All right. Now, if you notice, I got 2 zip files now. I'll just flag 2 because I've already downloaded it. And then we can also download this iGoder. So let's grab that one as well since we're here. iGoder. Okay, so let's see what's here. Now, if you notice, there's a directory. There's something called clue text. This could be very, very interesting. So let's click on it, see what comes up. All right. I mentioned this to us earlier, but I didn't want to spoil anything. If we notice here, this is called PGP. It's a private key. If we come back, this is what's great about when we took our notes, right? We notice in our Nmap, on port 22, this SSH, we were noticing there's a key here, right? 2048, this RSA key. Now, this is called PGP. This is a communication that was evidently communicating back and forth. Now, what we want to do is we want to decrypt this information. Now, there's a website that we could go to right here. There's multiple ones. The iGold used to be up, but evidently, I guess this ETF's is kind of old, so I don't think that's being supported anymore. So what we're going to do here is we're going to scroll up. We can decrypt a message. So here's a clear text message. And we can also come in here and use this public key. See, encryption and decryption, right? And then if we scroll down, it tells us some information, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Is there another one? I think I got another one too that I used. Let's go back. So we got this one as well. Let's try this one too. So as notice, PGP, pretty good privacy. Pretty good privacy is an encryption program that provides cryptographic privacy and authentication. And cryptography is a great skill to learn, especially when you're into security. So we got a public key and we got a private key. So if we come back here, right, and we look at, where was it? This. See, our private key, and this is our BGP message, okay? So if we see here and we click this, come all the way up, I'm going to right click, copy this, and come back, where was it? This one, yes. Oops, decrypt. Okay. There's our message. And if we come back over here, where was my information? My tabs got me all messed up. And this is our message. So here's our message. Whoops. I mean, good if I get the whole thing. Mouse is acting crazy. All right. Right click, copy. Let's get rid of this. Let's grab my message. I post that there. Now let's go back and get our private key. This is our key. Right click. Come back here. Paste that. Now what we want to do is see if we can decrypt it. Go to verify. Could I? What? Why is this messing up? Did I write everything incorrect? I wonder if it's the formatting. Okay, pretty much what it's going to do. I have to work on this next part in the CTF. I don't know. It was working earlier. Now it's giving me an issue here. All right. Pretty much the information that it's going to tell us once it's decrypted. Well, we'll go through two things. Okay, that flag, right? The flag.zip file. And this flag.zip file, if we notice here, we're going to go to CD downloads, LS, and we're going to try to get into it. Now, once we try to unzip it with this command here, unzip. So let's show you here. Come back over here. Here's our scan of DERB, which had already told us the information that we were looking for. So just to show you here. See, there's the tips.txt again that we found. Okay. So now let's come back and open up a directory. Okay, any day now. Okay. So we're going to go cd. Well, we're already in downloads. So if we see, we got that flag up, right? So I got 3 versions of it now. So what we want to do here is we're going to go unzip. So we're going to give it the command. We want to unzip that flag zip file, right? Now, if you notice, this asks us for a password. Well, we don't know the password to be able to get in to this flag, right? So that's kind of something that you can work on. There is a way that you can do this. I don't mention this in this CTF or in this walkthrough, but yes, there is a way that you can brute force to get inside here to get that second flag. But let's continue. See, it says, oops, we have a password encrypted. We will hold on to this zip since we are pen testers, and we always push forward and we will find a password no matter what, right? We did find it the iGoter directory. Let's go and check it out. So again, we see our clue showing you our PGP. Looks like we just found a private key and a private message. See, let's use Goooooo skills and find out this folder. And again, I went to the iGoter.com. There's PGP and decryption. And see if you try to do this. Let's see if it actually will take us there, because before I thought I changed it and typed in a different site because I couldn't get access to this site before. See if it comes up. They've recently been registered with Namecheap. Say iGoter.com. It don't look like it exists anymore. The internet services, relevant searches, there's nothing here. That's what happened earlier. Okay. So let's just go back through here. This is simple to use. It shows you would post a key. So if you noticed here, we posted it in. This is the decrypted message. It said, in case the forensics investigator forgets his password, this hint can help him. Where the password is of 6 characters starting, 3 characters is the word for, and the ending characters are numeric. So it's like, oh, okay, it's giving us a little bit more information about how this password is set up if he forgets his password. So we notice it's 6 characters. Starting 3 characters is the word for, and the ending 3 characters are numeric. Okay, so let's go down a little bit more. Let's think about. Okay, now this will be very helpful and may be just how we will crack our flag.zip file. See, so the password is of 6 characters long, and the starting 3 characters is the word for, and the ending 6 characters are numeric. Now, what we can do here is we can try to brute force it. And again, my GPU, because depending on your GPU is how fast it'll work. I'm on a laptop. The GPU is not super great on here. So it'll take a while to be able to crack this password. If it's, especially now, if it's really secure, and that could be, that could probably take forever, or it can never happen at all. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use this couple programs called Crunch and fcrackzip. Okay. Now, again, by starting the video, I didn't start exactly out, but I need to let people know. I got a message here. Okay. Let everybody know this is for ethical purposes only. So if you use any of this information for malicious activity, I do not condone that. And therefore, you can be prosecuted by federal law enforcement, especially here in the United States. And the thing is, nobody, we want to be ethical. And what I'm trying to teach you, we're doing it in a lab environment. So just everybody play nice. You understand? Again, I take no responsibility for anybody being a malicious actor or doing anything. If you want to sit here and if you do anything like that, I don't want you part of my community. I don't want to help anybody like that. And I will, contact law enforcement myself, and I'll have you prosecuted if all possible. However, at the end of the day, you do you, I do me. We're all happy. And again, there's no reason. We got enough issues in the world. We don't need to cause any more harm. And the thing is, if you learn the techniques and the skills, you can make good money. So when people try to use the excuse, oh, I live in a country where I don't got any money and you got the internet. If you got the internet, you got free information. You can better yourself, you can better your skill set, and you can be contribute back to humanity and be a good person. Because stealing from other people, and again, I don't want to go on a soapbox, but stealing from other people and their hard work, it's never cool. It's not cool at all. Nobody likes a thief or a criminal. All right. So on that note, we got so I gave you some resources here. How to crack passwords, part 4, creating custom word lists with Crunch, how to recover a zip file password, ethical and educational purposes only, how to open a PDF file in Linux from the command line. So again, once you get this PDF and you want to do a walkthrough, you can deep dive and give you more information. The way I try to set up these walkthroughs is show you the basics and the fundamentals on how I do things, but hopefully I'm going to motivate and encourage you to find other ways on how you could have did this same process. There's multiple ways on, looking at a solution. And that's the way that hackers and everybody else that's inspiring. You can be like, wow, I never thought of it that way. And coming up with these fresh, new, innovative techniques on how to do things. So hopefully I can motivate my students and other people to do the same. All right. So if we come down here, this is going to probably be it's not installed by default. What we're going to do is, again, apt install, and it's called fcrackzip. Now, I've already got it installed, but the same thing like earlier. I'm root, so I can type this. If you're root, you're going to type sudo apt install fcrackzip. This is going to be the information that it's going to provide for you. Showing you how it installs. Let me pull up here. Okay. Let's scroll down. So it's going to read the package. It's going to tell you that the information is done. It's going to install these libraries. Once completed, we can now learn another tool called Crunch. And what it's going to do, it creates custom password list. So if we go to CD downloads, remember we're going to make a folder called Crunch 66. We're going to give it a flag T, right? Text. And it's going to create a dictionary text for us. Okay. And then we scroll down. See, it will generate the following number of lines, 1,000 lines. Okay. Crunch 100% complete generating output. And then we're going to use it. Well, let's just step through it. Okay. So just to show you, we're going to go to our CD downloads folder. And let's come back here. And this was, okay, this was our flag. We don't need that. So let's clear this. Nice if I could type today. Okay, so in the downloads folder, we're going to LS, right? Now, the folder that we're looking for is that zip file, right? The flag zip. So if we look here, we're going to go to CD downloads. And now we're going to use fcrack zip. And it's going to make a dictionary text file against this flag zip file. Okay. So we come back here. And as you see, I already have one of these, but you're going to see again here, Matt. See the dictionary text, but it's going to make a copy. So we hit paste. Give it a second. As you notice, it used that text file that we created, and it found the password on 1,000 lines. If you notice, the password is 4007. So think of James Bond 007. And if you look at the hints that it actually gave us earlier, it did say the first 3 letters was going to be 4, and it was only 6 characters long, and there was numeric digits, 007. So our recon and what we were able to find and our PGP was informative. So we were able to crack the password. So now that we got crack password, maybe we could use this. So, well, we can use it. So if we scroll down, okay, we got the password. Now what we're going to do is we're going to unzip that flag, and we're going to see what information that we can get back. So let's unzip it, and we're going to use the password of 007, right? Or 4007. So let's grab this. I'm going to copy. Come back here. Okay. Okay. And the password. Let's copy this. Paste it. Hit enter. Let's just type it. So replace the flag? Yes, sir. Replace the LSAS dump file? Yes, sir. Again, we'll go into more information about LSAS and all that and the resources that you can read further. So it's inflating it. All right. So now we come back over here, show you what we did. So now if we go to our LS file, we're now going to notice we have this LSAS dump, as you see here, right? And let's see, what else did they put here? Okay. Let's scroll down. See, we unzip the file and we have a file now called flag PDF and another called LSAS dump. We will cover LSAS dump a little later in the CTF, which I mentioned. Now let's open our flag PDF and claim our second flag. Because as you now notice, if we come back here, let's go LS. You see right there, our flag PDF. So we were able to unzip it, crack it, extract it, and now we've got the flag. Now, one way we could easily do this, I'm going to show you two ways we could open it. Well, we could come back up here to our folders. Thing is, we want to manually be able to do it. But just to show you here, make it quick on us. If I can grab here, come here. Go to downloads folder. If you notice here, there's our flag. Let's click on, whoops, not the zip file. I'm sorry. My bad. Well, there it is. It'll open up in a PDF viewer. Why isn't it not opening? I know I got this installed, or did I get rid of my PDF viewer? Oh my goodness. Let's look at the LSS dump. That's going to call me a liar now. Yeah, I changed some of this earlier when I was going through it. All right. So, just to show you here. I'm going to show both ways on how we can view our PDF. Why this isn't working, I have no idea. Then we go to our downloads folder and double click your file. This will open a PDF viewer and you will see the second flag, which is right here, flag 2. Why it's not doing that for me, I don't understand. Let me try to pull this up one more time. Let's go to our downloads folder, open the folder. Ah, that's because it was in the zip file. Duh. Let's click it right here. I was clicking the wrong one. Okay, as you see, right here's the flag. Flag 2. We all make mistakes. So as you see, it's in between the brackets. So congratulations, we're halfway through on our CTF, and we've got our second flag. So congrats there. Again, we did this as a double click. Now let's see if we can do it manually. Okay. So let's get rid of this. Scroll down. Okay. So if you got this one, it's called Popper Utils. I installed this earlier. I'm going to show you how to do it as well. See how to open a PDF file in Kali Linux from the command line. Okay. So you're going to install another software. This is app-get install Poplar Utils. Okay. Again, if you're not root, you're going to type in sudo and then you'll give it your password. Okay. So if we come down here, it's going to show you the libraries that's installed. It's going to tell you about the version. See, once Poplar Utils has been completed, we can convert a basic PDF file into text. So we go down to our CD downloads folder. And what you're going to do here, you're going to type PDF, right? Say PDF to text flag. So it's the PDF to text, the flag, the directory that you're trying to convert, which is the flag PDF. And we want to change it to an actual text file, right? So all it is a converter. Once you do that, we're going to type in ls. And you're going to see Go up. Right there. See, flag test dot text. Okay. So you can name it whatever you want. So the thing is, we're going to go in Nano. We're going to type in our flag here. Nano is an editor. We're going to type in our flag, and then we're going to save it out as flag test.txt. See, now we have flag 2, and we're halfway complete. So just to show you how we do that, see, we have our flag test text. So if we type in nano, flag test text, notice it opens up in nano, and now you can see your flag. Okay. You'll hit Control X to exit, and that exits out. And then you can also save your documents. If you want to save a document, you'll just go to the prompts, you'll change the name, and then you just follow through the access. But again, that's how you would view it. All right, next step. I just wanted to show you another method to introduce a new tool for you to explore. Because sometimes you might not have a certain piece of software like Adobe Acrobat or whatever to open up a PDF. There's many tools out there, and sometimes you want to manually do it from the command line. So I'm trying to show you multiple ways to get you into the thinking of different techniques and different ways on how to do the same type of function. All right. So let's continue. Now, the next thing we're going to do is called PyPyCats. Now, again, it's Python, and it's similar like Mimikatz, but you'll see here an exact information. So what we're going to do here is I give you some resources to talk about this tool and how to use that dump file. Okay. So we found a dump file, right, in step 8. In our forensics, a dump can be inspected using PyPyCats. Okay. So let's learn about this new tool, PyPyCats, and do a little more digging. Okay. So first, we got to install it. So the way this works is we're going to be using the Python 3, right, which is the latest version of Python, and we're going to do it through the pip install method. Okay. So first, we got to make sure we got Python 3 installed on this device. Okay. And pip. So what we're going to do, I give you how to install pip in Debian or Ubuntu Linux. So we're going to go downloads. We're going to do sudo, right? Apt install Python 3 pip. That's the pip installer for Python 3. As you notice through here, I'm not going to do this because I've already done it. Just showing you guys how this would go. So it reads the package. It's going to install your libraries. Once it gets done, once Python 3 has been installed, we can now install PyPyCats. And again, I'll give you a little article on talking on how to extract the information from a dump file. And it covers a lot of these same information I'm explaining to you now. So when you go here, we're going to, the way you install it, you're going to use the pip command, pip3, which is the pip version we're using, install PyPyCats. Now again, if you're doing it as a regular user, sudo again, right? So requirements are already satisfied. It's telling me that it installed correctly. Now that we have PyPyCats installed, we can now test our dump file. Now the way this works is we're going to go into our downloads folder. We're going to find our dump file, which is not lsas dump, and we're going to use the PyPyCats on it. So let's copy this, and I want to show you what it looks like. All right. So since we're already here in the downloads folder, let's go paste this command. And if you notice, right there's our lsas dump file. Give it a second. Now here's our information. Now, again, there's a lot of information in here. So you might say, oh, wow, that's a lot. I don't even know how to even start to read it. Right. Well, if you kind of browse through it, and we'll go step by step, I'm not going to break everything down. I'm going to give you a general overview of what we're looking at here. Okay. If you notice here, the info PyPyCats is parsing the LSAS file. Okay. And the logon session has been authenticated and it's telling us the username, DWM2, the Windows Manager. And let's scroll down here. Back up. Okay. If you notice here, the username is called Sherlock. So think about the way the ETF is set up. It's forensics, right? So Sherlock Holmes. The domain name is the work group. There's no password, and the password's hex, okay? So let's scroll down a little bit more. Now, if we look here, there's a widget, okay? No password. The login session for this one, so it gives us the ID of 64640724, giving us a session ID. It's showing us different users that's logged in to this device. So if we look here, a username of Sherlock, a domain work group, no password. Okay. Let's look here. There's a font driver host, work group, username, no. Login session. Now if you notice here, and this user, see this authentication ID, 632862, the session ID of 2, we got a username of Jesus. And he's on the domain of Sherlock, and he logged into Sherlock. And it looks like it tells me the time. Now, this is back in 2020. Gives me the time of when they logged on. Now, again, these are log files, okay? So let's remember that. Jesus. Very, very good information here. Anything else? Let's look through here. So he logged in again. Jesus. Looky there. Now, if you notice, it gives us a username, but also this NT authority, this is a hash. And by having a hash, this is the password that he used. So all we need to do is decrypt this password, which looks like base 64. We're going to convert this password, and we got a user, and let's see if we can log in with these credentials. So if we come down here, go through the rest of the information. There's a lot more information here, but we found what we needed. See right here again, Jesus, this NT. So let's copy this because we're definitely going to keep this. And again, we would put this over in our notes in Cherry Tree or Obsidian, whatever note-taking tool you use. I'm old school. I still kind of, Obsidian's really nice. We'll go into that a little bit later in some courses, but Cherry Tree's pre-installed and it's a great tool and you can use it on Windows as well. All right. Let's get to the bottom here. Scrolling. Now, some people don't like my notes. They'll be like, you put too much information. You should only put in, the information that we need. I like to do this because, again, for educational purposes, to give you, I don't want to leave anything out. I want you to see exactly what I'm saying. Now, anything that's pertinent, I'll definitely point it out, but I like you to see everything that I'm looking at so you get a better understanding of the information that we have to parse through. So if you notice, it appears we found an NT hash, as you see right here, and a username of Jesus, or I'm assuming it's Jesus. We can copy the hash file and place it in a text file called a hash and use John the Ripper to crack our hash and hopefully find a password. Now, again, I mentioned to you guys earlier, I do not have a good GPU on this computer, and it'll take a long time to crack the password. So I did run it, just to give you a heads up. It took me about half a day to sit here and run it. So I'm going to show you a simpler way we could do this, which is an online website that can decrack the hash, and we can use their services and their hardware and be done very quick. But again, I'm showing you, you can do this manually through any type of brute force attack or password cracker you want to use. And if you got a good hardware, then no problem. But again, everything is not like TV where it's just instantaneous. It takes time, and also depends on your hardware. So I show you exactly how we could step through with John the Ripper, but I'm also going to show you, for the sake of time, on how we can instantaneously get this password. So if you see, we're going to open up our Nano, and we're going to type in the hash that we just copied. Again, our editor, and then you're going to save it out as a text file. So see, Control X exits, and then we're going to hit Y for yes, and we're going to give it a file name right here. See, hash. So hash.txt. See, name our file hash. And then when you get done, you'll see that it's in your downloads folder. You should have a hash.txt. See, we have saved our hash saved text. And if you notice here, we come up here, we'll get to the bottom, we'll type in ls. And if you notice, I have a hash.txt folder here. Now we're going to use this for John the Ripper. So John the Ripper will know, hey, this is the hash that it's trying to go after. Now you can put multiple hashes, and you can set John the Ripper to do that. However, it will take more time by doing that. So we're going to cover John the Ripper. Now, John the Ripper is a password cracker. So if you notice here, step 10, I gave you some resources on that, password cracking with John the Ripper on Linux. And what we're going to do is you're going to use the command John. We're going to go dash dash, the format that we're going to use, which is nt hash. And as you see, when it fires up, it's going to, using a default input of the UTF, it's going to go through this. We can abort, go through it. And this is where you see the proceedings and the findings. And if you notice here, I'll put, after waiting and waiting, right? Times may vary based upon your GPU and hardware specs. Man, my throat today and my sinuses. John the Ripper provided me with our password. Yay. And again, it was this actual, it's a longer password, but a very simple password. It was password @1. Okay. If you don't want it to take most of your day or days, we can use a free online hash decryptor. And what we're going to do here is called crackstation.net. And I already have it open. And this to show you, we come here. We're going, once you get the crack station, you're going to take your hash, you copy and paste it here. You got to click I'm not a robot. You got to click crack hashes. And within seconds, you're going to see, here's our hash that we provided. NTLM is the type, and it's going to give us our result, which was password 1. So just to show you, if possible, now again, if these are hashes or passwords you don't want anybody else to have or to be logged, probably not use a website. Okay. However, for educational purposes, we're going to do that, and also to save us hardware. I mean, we want to make things as easy as possible, right? And sometimes you don't have the hardware to do things. So that's why we did this. All right. So let's move on. So now, since we got a name and a password, what more could we do with this? So let's see. Once again, you can see we get the same decrypted hash of password 1. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use that password, and we're going to use a tool that I guarantee all pen testers use. Now, if you're taking the OSCP, I think it's still, you're allowed to use Metasploit once, if I'm correct. I could be incorrect. They might have made it where you can't use it at all. But Metasploit is one of the most awesome tools. Now, again, it's better to learn things manually, but if we can automate and have scripts already at hand and at our disposal to use, why not use them, right? Now, the thing is, I like to show people how to do these attacks manually, but with Metasploit, it'll give you, see, manually gives you a better understanding behind the hood on how to do it, but Metasploit has a lot of great modules already installed, but we'll step through it. So if you notice here, I give you some useful resources of Metasploit. So if you see here, we got the MSF console commands and interpreter commands, because we will also be, with Metasploit, there's a interpreter, and it'll give you more information, and you'll understand once I start stepping you through this. So we do know from our in-map scan on step 3, we had port 22, right, which was SSH. Well, if we want to log into it, well, wait a minute, maybe we can, because now we got a name and a password, Jasus and password @1. So let's use Metasploit to see if we can connect to SSH and exploit. So let's open our terminal and type MSF console. If you're not logged in, then you will need to use the sudo command as before to open MSF console. So it's the MSF is Metasploit framework console. Okay. So if it's your first time running, it might ask you, do you want to update the database? And you type yes, so you can get updated. Now, in this CTF, I am going to mention, when I was trying to use a couple of these modules, I used the download version of Kali that I used was a VMware image. Well, evidently, I did an apt update, okay, and an upgrade. However, the way that the directory file structure was laid out, it didn't want to update my Metasploit. So I kept running into issues. I couldn't figure out what was going on. So at the end of the CTF, I do share some resources to show you how I fix. Hopefully you don't have this issue, but if you do, I gave you some of the articles that I've read and that stepped me through, and I learned actually a little bit more information about Metasploit that I didn't actually know before, and some of the commands. So if you have that issue, no fear. If you are facing the same issue as I am, down at the bottom, I do have resources of the CTF that should possibly help you if you face the same issues that I had. Okay, so, and you don't have to spend all day Googling, because it took me a while trying to figure it out and reading a whole bunch of forums and all that. And that's what's great about, cybersecurity and the InfoSec community, that people, that's what's great about sharing your journey and documenting things that you do. You may not think it's useful, but it's useful for the next person, especially if you have an issue that you need to troubleshoot. People are more than willing to help. It's just if you give us the information and you've got it laid out so we can better understand the issue or the problem at hand. And I'm just trying to get you, the end users, or people wanting to get into cybersecurity, note taking, right? Goooooo, being able to understand Google dorking, being able to always, technology is always changing, so you're never going to know all this information like the back of your hand. It's too much. It's evolving too quickly. Google's out there for a reason. Bing, whatever search engine you want to use, go out. You can find the information. You just got to understand the keywords that you're typing in and what you're looking for. All right. So on that note, let's go. We see our target. And do the first module we're going to use is called right here. Again, there's tons of modules, and we can in my CTF courses, in my online courses, we're going to get into some pen testing. We're going to have one full course on Metasploit because it's so big, and all the different tools. And again, explore, play around. But we'll have a full course on this. You'll see as the commands go, you'll be able to learn on your own deep dive. So again, You're in a network environment, explore, play around. But the first module we're going to use is called the auxiliary module, and we're going to use a scanner, and it's called SSH login. So we're going to copy this. And what we're going to do here is, now this is where it's going to get fun. This is where we're actually going to pop the box, our target. And once we pop our target, we're now going to be able to hopefully get a shell, which we will get a shell. And once we get the shell, we're going to be able to navigate through the system. Okay. So if we come back here, let's open up a new tab. Okay. And we'll call this one, we really don't need this one anymore. We were just showing how to navigate through the files. So let's call this one MSF. Okay. So MSF console. Wait a second. Let's come over here. We'll call it Metasploit. All right. Wait a second for MSF console to open. There it goes. Starting the Metasploit framework. Okay. It's taking a while. Now sometimes we'll sometimes update the database, so just click yes, so you can have the most current database. .4.18, the dev. If you ever know, they always have these interesting little Axie artwork. So if you see, it's a little ninja. Hey, a little cyber ninja. So that's always fun. And you can go to metasploit.com to learn more information on exploit. If you also notice here, there's a documentation, and I do share some of these docs. This is what I was going through when I was having my issues with the modules. So again, documentation, white papers, always very useful. Okay. If you notice, we have 2,437 exploits, 1,255 auxiliary modules, and 429 posts. And then it's telling me the type of payloads, my encoders, NOPs, and 9 evasions techniques. Okay. So we're going to right click. And as you now notice, we're going to use the auxiliary scanner SSH login. Now, if you notice, once it fires up this module, we can manually do this, which we're going to do, but now we have to set up. So as you notice, it changed our prompt. We're in scanner SSH login. Now there's information that we need to provide in here. So we got our host that we need to add. And just to show you, so before I get ahead of myself. Okay, so we've got our host of our target. Okay, so these are remote hosts. Where's my cursor at? Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to set our host, which is our target, right? So 192, 168, 148, 128. We're also going to use the username Jesus that we collected earlier. So we're going to set a username, right? Jesus, because we're automating this. As well, the password we decrypted. So on the next one, we're going to set the password to password 1. And once we get done, we can exploit the command. Okay. We're going to use the command, exploit. So we can exploit the target. So now what we're going to do here is if you copy here, we're going to set our host, which is our victim. Okay. So I set the R host. I'll come back here. We're going to set our username of Jesus. Next step, we need to put our password. All right. Okay, so just to cover this one more time before we exploit this, okay? We're using this auxiliary module of this SSH login, right? So now we need to say, okay, so what SSH are we going to log into? Our victim of 192.168.148 is our target, right? So that's our host that we're trying to log in. Then we want to say, hey, we want to use this username, Jesus, and we want to set this password, a password at 1. Now we're going to exploit. It'd be nice if I could type. So it's starting to brute force on this target of 192, 148, 128. If you notice here, success. Jesus password. It gave us a UID, which is the user ID of Jesus, right? Now we are the user here of Jesus on this Linux Ubuntu system. The SSH session 1 was opened. So again, this device on this port, which is us, our Kali, and it's forwarding us to this address, right? Which is our victim address on port 22, which was SSH. So this is us going out to our victim target. Now, if you notice here, scanned one of host, an auxiliary module execution was completed. Now, the thing is, how do we communicate or get access to like a interpreter shell so we can interact back and forth with the device? Well, I'm going to show you this right here. So as we get here, as you see here, give you the screenshots. See, now we can interact with our session. See, now we can interact with our session with the command sessions with an S, because there's going to be multiple, -u, which is the user of 1. So we're going to copy this, go back up here, paste this. Okay. Give it a second. So now if you notice, it's upgrading session ID 1, starting the exploit module, which is called the multi-handler, which is a shell. It's a staging shell. So watch. Give it a second. I need to do this on an actual rig. It'd be a lot quicker. Give you a little idea. I'm only running 12 gigs of memory on this HP laptop that I'm running, that I'm streaming with right now. And this is an i5 processor that's on this, so it's older. So just letting people know, in hard drive space, I think it's 500 gig hard drive or something. It's old, but it's just showing you can run old hardware and still be able to do this. So you won't have any issues. Okay, so the upgrading session, the multi-handler, it started a reverse TCP handler, so a reverse shell right here on 192.168.1, which is us, right, on 4433 going out through this port, and is sending it to our victim, right, this target, and the interpreter session of 2, notice 2 has been open now. So from us on 4433 out to our target on this port, 52262. Again, we can look up these ports and you'll be able to understand what these ports are used for. And again, you can see that in our in-map when we're going through the courses. And the first CTF that I did of Mr. Robot, I gave you resources on what you can look at the different ports. So, and understand what we're communicating on. So the command stager progress is 100%. And if you notice, these are the bytes, nothing was dropped. So that's a good sign. So now what we want to do here is we're now going to connect to that session. So a new interpreter session 2 was opened. We can interact with it as well using the command sessions2. Now, if you notice here, let's type that in. SESSIONS sessions 2. So we want to interact with it. Now we're going to get a interpreter shell. Notice, see, it did connect. So now we're connected to that port that is showing here on our target machine through interpreter. So now we can give it commands, or we can also spawn a shell, which will make it more versatile on commands and useful tools that we can use. Okay. So now we've got a foothold on our target machine. So come down here. If you notice here, we got the interpreter. See, we will see if we can find any other IP addresses configured on this network. We will use the command ifconfig. Now, you got to remember, we're on the actual physical machine now of our target. We know on Linux, if we type in ifconfig, it will show us interfaces with the IP addresses. So, if we come through here, you notice this is I'm going to show you in just a second through our interpreter, but this is the information we get back. So ifconfig, notice interface 1, the name LO, that's a loopback. So let's see, flags, the UP loopback. See, it's up and it's a loopback. So that's that. We don't need that. So interface 2, if we look at this is a multicast MTU 1500. This is networking. So IPv4, notice 192.168.148.128. We know interface 2, that's our target machine. Okay. So what else is running here? If you noticed earlier, when I was showing you guys the CTF, when we ran our ifconfig, there was a Docker container running. It's because I forgot to turn it off. Now, situation is on our target machine, we now notice they're running Docker. Docker is images that you can set up like virtualization that are more secure. And we'll just say they don't eat up as much memory or resources, and you can configure them the way you want. And again, we'll get into Docker and some courses or classes later on when I'm going through some material. So we'll definitely discuss Docker. So if we look, it's up, it's broadcasting, and it's multicast, but this is the thing that we're looking for. There's an address that it's broadcasting on. Well, that's different than the network we're already on. So this is 172.17.0.1. So we're going to copy that and make note of this. There's this interface 11. There's a MAC address. Okay, that's nothing useful there. So from our results, we notice a Docker container on interface 3 with the IP address of 172.17.0.1. Now this is an internal it's an internal IP address. See, we're on the outside, but this is internally. So now how can we access the address from outside? Well, good thing we are using Metasploit, and why it's a useful tool and has a wide assortment of modules we can use to help with our exploits. First, we need to background. So we're going to leave this session open because we want to still be able to have communication, but we're going to background this session so we can use some other modules installed in Metasploit. So the way we background it is a simple command. We're just going to type in background. Now this is useful because when we send it to the background, we still have a session open. Well, once you have multiple sessions open, you don't want to get lost where you're at. So therefore, we can look up our interpreter sessions through a list, and it'll be like session 1, 2, 3, 4, or you can rename them as well. Because after a while, if you got multiple shells and you're, pivoting through a large network, you could get very confused with the different sessions that you have open. And sometimes they time out, and there's a lot of different issues. This is pretty much straightforward and simple, but I'm just trying to give you the bigger picture of when we background something, all we're doing is we're suspending it, okay? It's still running in the background, but we're suspending it so we can use the other modules inside Interpreter. So if you notice here, This next module we're going to use here, see, we're going to use is called auto route. And it's going to do a ping sweep. And pinging means we're going to ping an IP address, a full sweep of a range. And we're going to do a port scan. So we're like we did with Nmap on our target of the first 100 ports. And if you've saying, so just follow along using these commands. So we're going to use this one right here. Scroll over. They can get a picture right here. But first we need a background. Okay. So we come back here and this interpreter session. We're going to background. That's backgrounding session 2. Now notice we're back at our SSH login. So now what we want to do is open a new module in Metasploit. So we come back here. Let's copy our commands. So we're going to do this auto route. Now it's located in this post multi-manage auto route. And I'll explain to you what this is about to do in just a second. So we post this in. Okay. The next step is of this route, we need to tell it we're going to use session 2, which we're connected to our target through that port. Okay. So we're going to copy this. And the last part should be exploit. That's the double check, make sure we're not missing anything. Right. Now we're going to exploit our target. So if you look here once it runs, it's going to run this module against our target, right? And it's searching for subnets because we're in a network. It's going to search for the different subnets in this network. And once it finds it, it's kind of routing is what it's doing. It's automating our routes. So same thing like a router would do. Okay. Again, we'll learn more about this in networking. However, it's going to add us to this subnet of 117.17.0.0. Now, you remember correctly, we do have a target on the 172.17 network, and it's going to build us a routing table. And now if you notice, it's going to add us to that routing table. So let's run our exploit. Okay, so it says it did run against our target. There's the auto route. It found this network. So now let's go a little bit. We want to do some more recon here, right? So as you notice, again, this is some networking talk. But see, we are now provided with a network IP range, which we just saw 117.7 or 172.17.0.0. And it's a 24 subnet. Okay. And again, this is CIDR notation. We'll learn more about this in networking. Let's run a ping sweep. So we're going to ping and do a large sweep of all these different IP ranges and see if we may find other IPs on this subnet right here, this network. It's 172.17.0.0. So we're going to use this module. See, multi-gather this ping sweep. Copy this. Let's paste it. All righty. Next part. We're going to run it on session 2. Remember, because this is the ports that we are already connected on. And then we need to tell it the host. Now, this time, remember, the host that we're scanning the network is 172.17.0.0/24. Okay. And then we're going to exploit. So bring this back up. So we're moving from one network over to a different network. So think about it. You got inside a company. So let's say we got inside Google, and now Google has all these different subnets, and they're all, we'll just say, any network is going to have everything partitioned off, right? If you're smart, you're going to have it segmented, the network segmented, because you got certain people don't need access to be on certain areas of the network. So let's say you got a finance team that's in California, and then you got your company, I don't know, you're doing your sales or whatever, is in New York. Okay. Now they might need to communicate on certain things, on, certain properties. But the thing is, maybe they don't need to be on the same network. And there's certain access, or what to say, certain zones and regions of the network they don't need access to. So we restrict them. And then again, in the networking class, we'll get more into it, but we got outboard facing and inboard, right? So out facing, and we call them like DMZs, and we'll definitely get more into detail. But when you go to a website, you get to see the front page, but you don't see the back end of a web. Now, eventually, we'll get into web design, and when we do some penetration testing, like web app penetration testing or web penetration, which is similar to what we're doing here on understanding how to attack a website. But again, there's different types of databases, SQL databases. You do cross-site scripting. There's a lot of features. Again, being able to understand how to code. Now, you don't have to be a full stack developer, but to be able to understand maybe some React, right? Some JavaScript, being able to understand how an admin functions behind the scenes, better understanding of how you can manipulate and be able to attack these targets. So everything that I'm trying to present here is got a grand scheme and a bigger picture of things. I'm just trying to give you a 300-foot view, but we will pinpoint and zoom down deeper and get deeper into these concepts and topics. All right. But again, that'll be my courses, because videos by me making YouTube videos that could cover this. There's a lot of information. And the way that I'm trying to set my YouTube up is for complete beginners, somebody that's never touched a computer or just know general basics, because I'm trying to build everyone up. And once we can get the same skill set and we all get up to a certain level, then the real fun can begin. So again, we're starting out with fundamentals. So again, being able to share your journey, being able to host your information you're learning. Then we'll get into networking 101. After the networking 101, we'll get into security 101. After security 101, we get into the pen testing. Now, the thing is, through those 4 courses, you will have the fundamentals that most people get certifications for. And most people, it'll be like CompTIA certifications, which people probably heard of. CompTIA has A+, which is like PC repair. Again, I could get into some of that, but I think if people have questions, we could dig into that, understanding memory, RAM, motherboards, how everything works. But the thing is, my courses, again, when we're talking about the Linux operating system and the Windows operating system, you're going to have plenty of information on how a computer works. I'll just say that. And then you'll be able to advance on. All right. So from the rest of this information that we've got here, as you notice, the information that just came back is it performed a sweep on that network, but it gave us 2 hosts. We've got this .2 and this .1. The .2 is the one that we're going to go after. And you say, well, how do you know .1 or .2? The .2 is the second device on that network, and it's more like a Docker container, because if you remember, .1 is usually a router of some form, or it could be a server. It can be multiple things, but we'll just say the .2 is what we're going to look at on this network, okay? So if we come back here, let's see, did it show me here? Oh yeah, we didn't exploit it yet. Oh, did I not set my R host? Oh, yeah, I didn't wait it. Okay, let's see. Let's try to do this again here. I could probably go ahead and add the R host, but let's start it from the beginning here. Okay, let's paste the selection. I started talking and now I got side on a different note. Okay, so we got our ping sweep. We now got to put in our session 2 that we want to listen on. Now we got to put in our target, like I said, our R host. So again, the 24 slider notation network. Okay. Bring up here. There we go. Now, since we got it, now we can exploit it. Okay. And let's type in here. Okay. Exploit our target. So it's performing the IP ping sweep. Right. Saying it found the host that we were talking about right here. 0.2. So we'll give that a second. And now let's forward through here. Say, okay, great. We found 2 IPs. Let's try running a TCP port scan on the ports 1 through 100. So similar, just like when we did it in like an mmap scan on that target of 172.17.0.2 network and see what we find. Okay, so these will be the next commands that we're going to do. Scroll this over so we can see it better. So let's use this auxiliary module doing this port scan. Now again, you could set these commands to be a little differently if there's certain ports that you actually want to hit. But what we're going to do is we're going to run the first 100s. So as you see here, set ports 1 through 100. And our target on our R host is going to be the O2, and then we'll exploit. So let's get back up here. Okay, wait for this to get finished. All right. Now, hopefully, like I said, I know it's a lot of information, especially if you're a newcomer coming in. But again, if you just want to watch and just kind of see the process, again, Mr. Robot was very similar like this. There's there, there's a technique. And again, when we get into pen testing, I'll show everybody it's a general technique that we all have laid out, a methodology. Again, it's basic. Eventually you'll figure out your own methodology, but it's like everything's not rinse and repeat. But the thing is the recon, understanding the different tools, and just finding out what works for you. Okay. So again, it's not always like you need different tools. And there's some tools that are great, some tools that are, specialty tools. Then you got some tools that maybe are very popular that people use, but then sometimes you might want to write your own tools. That's even better because now you can create, because it's not a one size fits all. Sometimes you do find a tool and you're like, oh, this is a great tool, but it don't have certain tweaks and it don't give you, that's why I like open source tools, because with open source tools, we can, you can contribute to the community, and you also, if they code it, the way they code it will give us more access to change and tweak things, especially if you know how to code. Okay. Now the thing is, if you want something straight out of the box, well, that's what you get. What you see is what you get. So if you don't like it, make your own tool. So there's multiple reasons why open source, it's free code. You can look at it, but some people don't want to have to, you don't got the time or the energy, or maybe you don't maybe know a certain coding language. And eventually we will learn some languages that we can learn. But again, scripting is the first thing we're going to be learning. So we're going to be probably learn some Python and definitely some Bash. We'll get into some Go a little bit later. And again, you're going to learn a little bit about Go when we do my Hugo course on Markdown language because it's built on Go. Okay. So right now okay, it's finished. So let's take our information here. Copy this, make sure we're going to run our port scan. Get back here. Paste the selection. Okay, we got that module. Notice the scanner port scan TCP. That's exactly what we want. We want this target of our R host. And if you guys watched the Mr. Robot CTF, when you might remember our host, because when we did our Netcat listener, we had to set up our host that we wanted to send information on and then be able to receive it back on. So, all right. So we got our target set. So if you haven't installed the Mr. Robot CTF, definitely check it out. I think you guys might enjoy that as well. So we're going to set our ports 1 through 100. Okay. And last of all, we can exploit. All right. And just give you a heads up, we're getting close to our third flag. And then the fourth flag takes 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's exploit our target. So as you notice, TCP is open on the 172.17.02. It scanned ports, auxiliary mode. See, the execution was completed. So I'll show you what we can do here. So if you notice here, so our port scan reveals that there is an FTP. Because if you notice, it said port 21. Port 21 is called FTP port, which is the file transfer protocol on port 21. The TCP was open on 172.17.02 network, as this information just gave us. So think of it just like Nmap. It told us what ports were open, and 21 is one of them. We're going to take advantage of this. So if we scroll down here, scroll over so we can see better. So we're going to run. So see, let's run an FTP scanner and see if we can log in with anonymous creds. Because when you log into an FTP server, okay, by default, there's anonymous creds, which means anybody can log into it. If they have this configured this way, this is a bonus. Now, if somebody had an FTP server, you wouldn't have there might be a use case why you would have this configured and have it open, but majority of the time, no. But again, it's sometimes more for a loop back that if you get locked out of the network, you have a back door way back into the network. However, as you can see, it can be exploited. So you got to be there's use cases why you may have this feature still turned on. So what we're going to do here, we're going to use this auxiliary scanner. And if you see, it's called FTP, but we're going to check and see if the credentials are open for the anonymous row. So we come here. We're going to paste this one. Okay, as you notice, the scanner FTP anonymous module has been engaged. We're going to set our target, which was the O2 network. Okay. Now we come back up here. We can now exploit. And let's see what information it tells us. Okay, if you now notice here on port 21, it did find it, and it is telling us yes, anonymous read. So there is the read command. So therefore, it can read, and you can log in on with an anonymous account. See, it shows right here, and this is a Docker reference about FTP server. The scan one of hosts, it was complete. So that's a good thing. So now, since we have credentials, we can possibly now log in with the anonymous credentials. So let's come up here, scroll down. So if you notice it right here, the scan results show that we can log into FTP and it's using the anonymous read credentials. Let's try to log in with anonymous creds and open and spawn a shell. So once we get on to the device through that account to the FTP server with the anonymous credentials, once we get on, we're now going to use a Python script, a small Python script to spawn a shell so we can get a better foothold. So therefore we can navigate and be able to what is it, do our exploits more efficiently. Okay. So we need to access our interpreter once again. So we will type session 2. So we can get back to the interpreter where we can issue the commands. So come up here. I always forget the S, sessions 2. Okay, now we got our interpreter. Okay, so from here, we scroll down. See, now we can spawn our shell with a single Python script, and our shell is spawned. We can log into the it's the FTP account with anonymous password credentials. I could probably change that since I'm here. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to type shell. And once we type in shell, we're going to now spawn our shell. Whoop, come back up here. Okay, so we're going to type in a shell command, and then we're going to spawn our shell. So we're going to go ahead and copy this. Make sure, I'm going to show you how this is broken down as well. We're using Python 3, okay? We're going to import this putty, right? And I'm going to spawn it, and we're going to use the bin bash, which is bash scripting. And a lot of us will call it bash bang, okay? So the thing is, bin bash command, or bin bang, you'll see it sometimes in code, is the way we're going to be able to communicate with an interpreter session. So now, if you notice here, we're going to type shell. And once we do that, we're going to import it right here. And then we're going to log in with our FTP to that address, right? And then once it comes through, it's going to ask us, it's going to connect, and then it's going to give us the name. We're going to say anonymous because it's Jesus. We're going to type anonymous as the password, and it's going to log us in. So let's see if this works. Let's come back here. Type in shell. Okay, so it's showing us the processes. Type in our shell. There we are. Now here we want to type in anonymous, because we got Jesus that we are now in the Jesus account on the FTP server. Oh, I didn't connect to the FTP server. So right here we want to go. Probably help. It has no idea what I'm talking about. It's like anonymous. What do you want to use anonymous for? So, but Jesus, we want to tell it, we want to log in to the FTP server located at this address. Right? Now it's asking us, what is the password? So now we type anonymous. And as you notice, login was successful. The remote system type, it's a Unix system. We now are at the FTP protocol, at the FTP prompt. So now we're actually on the FTP server. So now, since we're here, let's see what other information that we can find on this server. Oh. Getting too far ahead of myself. Scroll over so we can see our commands. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to navigate the file system. Okay. So now, since we're in this new account, we're going to ls, right? So we're going to get a list of the directories. And while we're there, we're going to know there's going to be a pub, but let's go through it. So let's show you. All right. So in FTP, we're going to ls, a list of files. As we see, there's a directory here called pub. Now, one thing to notice here, when you're looking over here, these are our permissions. So if you see here, he's got read, write, executable. So we got to read, executable, and write, executable. Now, the thing is, we do not have these permissions. So we're going to have to escalate to get these types of permissions. So I'm going to show you that in just a second. So right here, we're going to go CD. We're going to log in to this pub. If you notice here in pub, let's type in ls. Now, if you notice, there's this file that we've got here, saboot.001. Now, the thing is, there's a read write, but that's not us. We can only read it. Well, the thing is, we want to be able to grab and use this file. We got to be able to download it. Well, we can't do that. So this is where we're going to escalate our privileges. So to show you how we do that, this thing is driving me crazy. All right. So once we're here, as you see, we went to the CD pub ls. Now we got this get saboot 001. Okay. So now we got to get the file. So if we scroll down, here's the situation we're going to run into. We can get the file. However, how are we going to transfer it over to our Kali box? Well, as you notice, see, now since we have access to the saboot file of 001, we need to transfer the file to our Kali box. So if we come here, I'll just show you what we're talking about. So if we go get saboot 001. So now if you notice, it's getting the file, right? And now it's sending it on this port, successful, and it's transferred it complete. However, how are we going to get it on our Kali box? So now what we got to do here is, see, we have access to the saboot file. We need to transfer the file to our Kali box. Now, how do we do that, you may ask? This is easy. And with another Python script, we will launch a simple HTTP server. Now, again, we don't need anything secure. Now, again, you could make it secure, but in this use case scenario, we're going to stand up a quick server that we can host a file on, which is saboot 001, And now we'll be able to connect to it and download it and pull it on and put it onto our Kali box. So as you see, you download with our Kali box. So we will exit FTP and return back to the Jesus Ubuntu prompt. So in FTP, we're going to leave the FTP server and we're going to type exit. Get down here. Okay. So let's copy this. And this is our script that we're going to do. It's real simple. We're going to run Python. And what we're going to do is we're going to use -m and we're going to load up a simple HTTP server. And see, we will now see the notification that it's going to give us is going to be hosted at this address of 0000 because it's local. And we're going to post it on port 8000. And then all we have to do in our browser is we're going to navigate to that address. And now you will see the file that we need. So we come up here. Let's exit out of the FTP server. Okay, we're back here. Let's fire up our Python server. Now, if you notice, see it's serving on 000 port 8000. So this is our target address, right? Which is 192.168.148.128 on port 8000. So we come back up here into our browser. We should be able to find, okay, let's just type it in a new tab. One 192.168. Go to the website. All right. Now, colon 8000. Colon. There it is. Well, it's running slow. All right. So on port 8000, if you now notice, we get a directory. It's giving us some information, but the Saboot 001 file, all we got to do, we click it. If you notice, we're downloading it right over here. Now, again, I already have it downloaded, but we'll just do it again anyway. Wait for it to get done. And hey, Bakewell Adventures. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining. Getting close to the end of the CTF here, so we can get root. All right. So we've got our file now that's been transferred. So what we're going to do here is come back over here. Now, since we got that file, see, we want to see if there's what useful information is in this file. All right. So as you see, once we have our file saved, we can now continue and start our forensics phase of our journey. See, we're getting close. So let's open a new terminal. And now we're going to get into a forensics tool that's very widely used. It's called autopsy. This will be another new tool that we can learn. I give you multiple resources on autopsy. And I'll show you right here. I give it, well, I'll show you how it's going to work. All right. So just come here, back to our terminal. Okay. We're going to open a new terminal. And while we're here, let's type in ls so we can make sure there's our Saboot file that we have saved. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do, since we got the Saboot file, I said we're going to type in autopsy, right? So we can go clear. All right. Now let's type in autopsy. Now this is already installed on Kali Linux. Well, let's give it a second to fire up. if you notice, it says on localhost 99999 autopsy. So all we got to do, we're going to copy this address. Give it a second. I'm going to open Firefox up. And let's open up this browser. Type the URL and go. Give it a second. And we got to wait for autopsy to load up. So this is autopsy. It's a forensics browser. Now what we're going to do is, let me get in my notes so I can get ahead of us here. Because we're going to open autopsy. We're going to create a new case. All right, we should be able to go through each one. All right, so when we come back up here to autopsy, we're going to open a case, okay, or a new case. Now, I already have a case open, okay? So let's go through a new case just to show you what's going on here. So if we go new case, this one here, you're going to type in a case name, okay? So we can name it whatever we want. So I already got these cases already open that I was playing with before. So we're just going to call it forensics for this example. You can name it whatever. Now, the more detailed you are, the better. Because you want to, eventually you're going to have a lot of cases open. So here we got forensics. We're going to give it a description. So we're going to say, we're going to, let's say Jesus. All right. And in this description that we've got, Jesus FTP creds. Okay. And now you might have multiple investigators on the job or on the case. So we're going to give our name. So we're just going to say mentors, which is me. You give it your name. If you have multiple people, type, give everybody access that you need to. So we're going to type in new case. Now, if you notice here, it's creating the case called forensics. Now we need to add a host. So once we click add host, we give it a name. So the host name, you can name it whatever. We're just going to leave it a generic of host 1. And I'm going to scroll down. Everything else here, you can leave as defaults. Add a host. You can create your time zone and all that, but for this, we're just doing this for educational purpose. So now we want to add our image, right? So now it's going to mount the image. And now what we need to do is we need to add our image file. Now the location that you downloaded it. Now don't got a drop down bar, so you got to be able to type this in and remember how you typed it. So we're going to say it was in root. And we know it's in our downloads file, and it's called Saboot001. Okay. So again, /root, right? Because that's the root directory. It's in my downloads and Saboot001. Instead of disk, we're going to label it partition. We can leave the symlink fine, and we're going to hit next. Now, the image file details, if you look at this, it's telling us a device hash, if it had a hash, blah, blah, blah. We don't need any of this. It's mounting on the C drive, which is fine. That's an NTFS file system, which is perfectly fine. So we can navigate it. So we're going to add this. Now it's mounting it. It's testing the partitions. We're going to hit OK. Now, if you see here, it's mounted. Our C drive is mounted. The name of the file, the NTFS file system. So now what we want to do is have it analyze this image. Now, once this information comes up, this is where all the goodies are. So if you notice, we have our file analysis, our keyword search, our file type if you were searching for stuff, so metadata, data unit. So we want to look at file analysis. This is all the information that's returned. So again, we have our directory. We could seek if we're searching for certain things, our name search as well. What we're going to do here, though, is we're going to grab here, pull this down, And if you look over here, it tells us the date, all right? It tells us some metadata information, the size of the files, and then this is our names, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Now you can look through each one of these, but the two that stick out that it's what we're looking for is creds and text. If we click here, flag 3, let's pull this up a little bit so we can see. As you notice, the contents of right here's flag 3 text. So again, congratulations. You made it to flag 3. We got one more flag to go and we're almost done. So we would copy this, paste it, put it over in your cherry tree documentation, and now we're going to move forward. Now the next thing is though, we got another one called creds text. Let's see what we can do with this. If we hit creds, it's showing us a value. This is some type of encryption. Now, just assuming here, we're probably going to say, which is a common encryption, would be base 64. So what we got to do is, and if you all remember, we did this in Mr. Robot CTF, we're going to take this encryption of base 64. It's a string that's encrypted. And now we're going to pipe it over and we're going to decrypt it in Kali Linux. And it's really simple and very easy to do. So let's come back up here. Okay, I've already showed you this. Went through all this. Yes. Then we add our image. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, analyze. So we see our results. We got our flag. See, woohoo, we got our third flag of 4. Good job. The content of file right there. And there's our flag. Good job. We also see our creds. See, if we can decrypt it, it may be useful. Creds base 64 hash. I give you a reference. So anybody that might be, you want to learn some more about base 64, it gives you a reference about base 64 and how you can identify what base 64 is. So let's open another terminal and decrypt our base 64 quickly and easily. And probably hope I spell that correctly, huh? Are you guys getting excited as much as I am? We're getting right near the end. We're about to own this computer. All right, so if you notice here, we're going to do this echo command. And we're going to type in our string, and we're going to decrypt it base 64. So we pipe it to base 64 with /D, or sorry, flag D, which is decrypt. And this is our password that we're going to see. Which Janelli is a good girl. So let's scroll down. So let's type this in. And this was autopsy, right? And we'll call this base 64. Base 64. And now we're going to echo. So again, we echo the string, which so it can return back to us. We're going to pipe it into base 64 and we're going to decrypt it. As you see, we got our password. Let's copy and paste that. So now let's forward over. So we have our base 64. I hope if I type that correctly, huh? boy, I misspelled a lie here. Okay, password. I wonder what account this may be used with. So if we look here, we will navigate to JSON's home directory. And when we list the files in home directory, you will notice there's two in here. We got forensics and JSUS. Well, we haven't been in that forensic file. So let's try to get into it now, since we have a password that we might be able to log into it. So we do not have permissions to view forensics. The forensics without a password. Since we now have decrypted our base 64, we can use it here. We will use the command su superuser and type our password. So again, let's go step by step. All right, so let's come back here. And let's see, we still should have it open. Let's exit out of there. We're gonna have to. I think when I shut that down. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I think I lost my server. That's fine. We can load up another one. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do here is we got to get back to our interpreter command. So what we're going to do is, this happened to me earlier. All right. So what we're going to do here is, okay, we're going to do that sudo, but I'm going to show you right here because I had this earlier where it messed me up. So we're going to go through our first step. Get down here. We're almost to get our final flag, but I just want to show you here. So we can return back to just SUS. Come on. All right, so let's fire this up again. So let's go back here. Open a new tab. We're going to rename this Metasploit. Okay, we're going to go MSF console. Fire this up. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do like the very first step where we're going to do our SSH login again with our auxiliary module. We just got to get back to that interpreter. So if we come here, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. If y'all remember from earlier. All right, say we're going to do our SSH login. We're going to set our R host again of our target, the username of Jesus, and the password 1. So we can get back in to, okay, starting persistent handlers. Yep. Okay, so we need to go. It's the auxiliary module, right? Yeah, use auxiliary scanner. Okay. Now see, this, now I'm showing you, we have to manually do it. So this one is auxiliary, the scanner, SSH. That will remember the commands. SSH / SSH underscore. Now back. Let's log it. Log in. Did I type it in wrong? Scanner, SSH login, right? That's what I typed. Huh. Very odd. Very odd. Would y'all not agree? All right. I need to type in these commands so I can have y'all easier copy and paste it. That shouldn't be. Let's just get here. Let us copy it again. No. Where are we at? Okay, yeah, pass this. Pass all, here we go, right here. Okay. All right. Let's copy and paste this again. So use, copy, type this in. All right. Let's go a lot quicker. Let's set our R host. And back over, get our username. Okay, paste that. Next one is our password. Probably help if I get the whole thing. Now let's exploit. Sessions dash U1. Okay, waiting for the interpreter shell. While we're waiting on that, let's scroll down. This keeps going over. Is it done? Okay, looks like it's done. So we want to go into sessions 2. Yes. Sessions 2 with an S. Make sure I didn't forget that time. Okay, let's type shell. Let's get our Python shell. Let's go grab our Python shell from earlier. Let's see, right there. Da, 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 da. I think I'm almost there. Where did I put the stupid shell? We could just type it back in, but anybody? Let's see. There's one. Okay, that's fine. That's our second. This further down here where we spun our shell. Right here. After we get our FTP. All right. Come back up here. paste it in. All right, so now we've got here. So let's go ls. So we've got the subboot. Come back up here. All right, so now we've got where we need to be. Should be probably cd home, right? Isn't that what I want? cd/home. Okay, we're in the home directory. Let's ls. There's the forensics file that we want, right? So we want to go cd forensic. Let's type in ls. And if we look here, what do we got here? ls, the server file. Yeah, okay. So we come back up here. Okay, cherry tree. Get down here. We did all this. Okay. So again, we're in the home file. So now what we got to do is we're going to sudo and we're going to do a list. And then we're going to type in our password. So make sure I get this goofy password so we're not having to hunt for it again. Actually, we still had it open earlier, but that's fine. Okay, so we're going to go sudo -l. It's going to ask us for the password. We're going to right click, we're going to paste. Hopefully this is going to be formatted correctly. And it's not. We're going to copy. Paste. I think it's the formatting. J, wait a minute. JEENAL, what is it? IISA, good girl, right? Good girl. Why is it being like this? It's the right format. It works, I swear, because it's the way that I can copy in the format. See the password for forensic, so sudo-l. And it tells us right here about the Linux permissions. I gave you some more resources here, but I'll show you here in just a second once we get it. It's the way that when it copies, it didn't copy the format correctly. You know what? We can just do that. Let's just try that. Are we forensic already? No, we're not. It's the formatting. All right, let's try to get it from the command prompt. Come back here. We still had the command prompt open, right? Yes. Where did we put that base 64? Let's copy it. Try to come back here again. Whoop. I'm getting tired. All right. Nope. Come on. Yes, I see this. Why is it being stupid? Oh my goodness. This is being a pain in the butt. Yeah, I think I lost my shell. Yes, that's exactly what happened. They show us our permissions. Okay, just to show you guys here. Oh, you know what? That might be what's causing the issue. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, yeah. It's the formatting. There's an extra space that's being copied in to the format, and that's why I'm having an issue here. We can try typing it in to see if it'll. J-E-E. J-E-E-N-A. Gina Lee is a good girl. I don't know why this is being such pain. Janelle is a good girl. I have typed this I don't know how many times. Did I copy it incorrectly? Because I know this works. It's the same password. Like we're right there, right here at the end. That's the worst part of this. Right. And once we get root, we're right here at the flag. And it's not letting me. I'm not understanding why this is being this way. Sudo bash. I just want to double check, make sure. Yeah, this is still up. This is the issues that when it comes to formatting. So if there's any spaces, that's what's going to cause an issue. See how you can't. This is ridiculous. All right. This is driving me nuts. I think I'm getting tired. Did I have this big of an issue? Dang, it almost makes me wonder if the server got knocked down. That's why I'm having an issue because, as you can see, this password is correct. All right. This isn't making any sense. Uh, da, 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 da. Let's see if it lets me out. Yeah, the session died. So we can try this one more time. Let's see. Okay, well, just to show you guys here at the end, I'm going to fix this for my actual video, and then I'll troubleshoot this on my own because I don't want to sit here and take up any more of everybody's time. Okay, the thing is, after we actually type in the password and the formatting's correct, you'll use the sudo bash. Okay, we're going to ls, then we're going to come into the cd root. So once you notice we changed right here, root, then you're going to change the directory, go into root, and then when you ls, you're going to find this text file called root text. Once you get into this root text, we can cat the file, and then you cat the root text. Once again, see, you'll see that you change from root to root Ubuntu. Let's do some more enumerating and see what else we find. And as you notice, when you get the root text and you cat it, you should get this that comes up at the end. It's called forensics. And there's our root flag right here. See? Congrats, you finished this task. And if we look here, I think I still got it in my yeah, I didn't save it. Okay. I thought I might have saved it, but I didn't. All right. But just to show you, my computer's lagging. Again, so congrats, you finished this task. Contact here. Gives you the Twitter information, blah, 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 blah. Say, congratulations, you did it. Found flag 4 on our final flag. Whoop, whoop. Excellent. Final flag. Gotta fix some of this while we're sitting here. Say, excellent work. Cyber sleuth. And now forensics detective. We got a root flag. Congrats. Bingo. See, if you flag I and you close out of your interpreter session, this is a screenshot of the first steps we did so you can reconnect as the Jesus. Jesus. Okay. Jesus. All right. Having all sorts of issues now. And as you see here, we went through the steps. And there's our Python. You know what? Let's see if we recreate this so we can type it in by hand. There, let's try this real quick. Just one last time, because this is going to drive me nuts. I can kind of figure out what's going on here. Like this. Why is this taking forever? I think my system's running slow. So MSF console. All right. And this is one thing. That's why you never give up, especially when you're having issues. Seems like the demo gods are not with me today. Everything worked perfectly fine, and then now when I want to show it, it's not. It's just very aggravating. But again, you guys get to actually see real life, what actually goes on behind the scenes when you think everything was done correctly and you didn't have any issues when you went through it. And then when you did, you thought they were correct, and then you stream, and as you see, everything's don't always work out the way you want. But we never give up. We never give up. All right, so let's look and wait for this. So we want to, what is it? Use auxiliary scanner. Okay, so use auxiliary /scanner /SSH /SSH -login, right? Underscore login. Am I typing it wrong? Everything's not working now for some reason. Oh, is it a space? Maybe it's a space in between. I think I'm spelling auxiliary wrong. That's it. I'm spelling auxiliary wrong. That would probably help if I knew how to type, huh? All right, so we got that. Set our R host. Set our R host. 192.168.148.128. All right. Now we should have to set Jasus, right? Set username. The username. Jasus. Set password as password at 1, not number 1, at 1. Okay, exploit. And wait for this to come up. Completed. Got that. Okay. Sessions dash U1. Then sessions 2. Then we got a spawn. Yeah, we're done with the copying and paste for right now. Just want to see if we can fix this issue. If this don't work, then I'm going to have to figure something out on my own. But again, as you saw, we got the flag. I just don't want to, I want to show you that this actually does work. You don't want to spend all this time and not be able to get the flag. Okay. Okay. Sessions 2. Okay, we got our interpreter. Make sure we're not skipping any steps. Okay, there's sessions. All right, got that. Exactly. Now we just got to put our shell. Okay. Three dash C. It'd be import, right? It'd be nice if I could just copy this, but I can't. Okay, import putty. Partic. Let's make sure we get this right. Import putty. PTY. PTY. Go back. Make sure we're typing everything correctly. Putty spawn, right? All right, let's look here. Period spawn. Period spawn. Open it up. Now this should be our bin bash, right? Yeah, it's bin bash. We want to make sure we get all this correct because I don't want to have to retype this. And put our tick. Let's copy this command so I don't have to retype it again if something goes wrong. Let's see if this works. Python 3, one word. Yeah. That's right, because we're in a shell. Let's type it over. Python 3 -C tick import putty semicolon our putty and then our spawn. This keyboard sucks. And then our bin bash. I'm really tired. / our bash. and the quotes, put our bracket and our tick. Now it should work. What? All right, yeah, it's giving me all sorts of issues. I'm not understanding. I probably need to reboot the whole box. This is being a pain. My stupid show ain't launching or anything. All right, well, again, let's come back down here. Hey, rundown. All right, so just to come back, just to verify so everybody knows, I'm having all sorts of technical issues. But once you root the root flag, which is the next step, which we're right there, you'll get your root flag. We scroll down a little bit more, give you congratulations, give you some quick reference. See if you did like I did and you closed out, we'll go through these steps. And you might have to reboot your machine, just like I'm realizing I'm having some issues. I give you some extra bonus content on this CTF as well in the write-up. Now that you've learned some new techniques and bettered your skill set, you may want to practice and apply your skills more. This is a link to Try Hack Me. Anybody hasn't tried Try Hack Me? It's a great, useful website that it's free. They do have a paid version as well, but it's got great tutorials and walkthroughs of many boxes that you can study and learn at your own pace. See, it is a site that hosts online challenges and vulnerable OS and boxes, I'll spell that correctly, as well as tutorials. I wrote this last night and I could see I was sleepy when I typed this. See, tutorials to help you along your journey. I hope you may check them out and explore more. So if we scroll down here, there's Try Hack Me. And this is the box on this one is called it's called the Linux for Forensics. So you can click on the link right here, and they got special rooms, and they got beginner friendly CTFs as well that you can work with, which are called boxes. Some extra resources to help you deep dive on topics that we've learned in this CTF today. I give you some resources on the Linux cat command and uses and examples, the Linux commands cheat sheet. Yeah, some interpreter basics and using interpreter commands, the MSF console commands. And these last two resources I'm sharing for anyone who may have issues, as I did with some of the Metasploit modules. Now, again, my update with my Kali, I was having a problem with my repository, and therefore I found this Medium article that helped on how to change and be able to set it up. And then some more information I found out about Railgun, which is Metasploit, because Railgun is a very powerful post-exploitation features exclusive in the Windows and Python interpreters. It allows you to have complete control over your target's machine and Windows APIs, or you can use whatever DLL, which is a driver, you find and do more creative stuff with it. So I was doing some more research on that because there was some issue with my Railgun when I was trying to update. So that was some of the other issues. As you see, tech, there's always some type of issues, a lot of moving parts trying to get things to work. So more than likely, when all else fails, reset, push that reset button. And that's what I'm about to do. I'm going to turn off this VM. I'm going to restart it and see if this fixes my issue. Hopefully it does. And if it does, I'll turn around probably maybe tomorrow. I'm going to make an actual video, a quick one of step throughs on how to do this. So other people, they can watch and review this video if I even post this live. But again, I think it might be useful for people get to see that there are issues and things don't always work as planned. But hopefully you guys found this information useful and beneficial. And since we're at it, let me show you here. Let's close this out. And since we're here, let's pull this. Okay, and I'll show you how we're going to shut down the CTF. Once you're here, You can go up to the right-hand corner. You got a log out button. This is for Kali. Most Linux distributions, the way it's set up. So we can log out. It's going to give us where we can shut down our computer here in just a second. Yeah. So right here, we can exit out. So we come up here and we're going to shut down. Are you sure you want to shut down? Yes, we do. And if we come back up here, we're going to come over to this VM. We're going to right click. We're going to hit power. And we're going to shut down this guest. I'm going to shut it down. And I'm going to show you another little feature here in just a second. Come back up here. Screen. All right. I can minimize that down. Yeah, what I wanted to show you is here. We come over, get back over to my first screen, bring it over to you guys. Yeah, this is my Discord. So anybody hasn't joined, and the YouTube video description, that if you go to it, you should be able to see my invite link. So let's see if we pull this up, open up a new. All right, I got a new browser here. So we got my other one open. Okay, so we go here, right click, let's type in mentors. Let's look up the YouTube. So you notice you're on the YouTube channel. If you go to the description, once it loads up, the Discord invite. So if you read down, read a little bit more. Say, welcome to the Mentors community. Do you enjoy networking, information security, or pen testing? If so, your journey begins today. No experience? No problem. I will provide you all you need to explore the rewarding, exciting career we call InfoSec and networking. So let's get motivated. Start exploring and creating some labs and break some stuff. Hoorah. So the Mentors Discord community invite is right here. All you have to do, you're going to copy and paste this. Right click, copy. And if you don't have Discord, you can go in your phone and type in Discord. It's free. Or even on Windows, you can sit here and go, just to show you, we can go here, type in Discord. For anybody unfamiliar, here's Discord. So you type this in, click on the link. And as you notice, this is for Windows, but you can type it on your phone. If you go to the store, it's free. So group chat, it's all fun and games. So you can open Discord. If you scroll down, it tells you everything you need to know about Discord. If you scroll up, we can download it. So if we go downloads, you see right here on any device. There, they got iOS. So if you have Apple, they have it for Android as well, Linux and Mac. So if you have phone, any cross-platform. So filling experimental, you can test the public builds. So the thing is, you just go to your download button. After you download it, it'll install. Once it's installed, you just create a free account with this email address. And then if we come back here, once you get Discord, you won't have all these channels. So what you're going to end up doing is you're going to scroll. On yours, you'll probably just have one. So you just hit this add server. And then what you're going to do, you're going to join a server. So when you join a server, you're going to take that Discord link that you copied, which is mine, and you're going to copy it in here. Once you copy and paste it right here, or paste it. So when you paste it right here, you're going to join. Once you do that, you're now going to be entered right here into my server. The first room that you're going to be entered into is right. Let's see, where is it? Here, and to welcome. So anybody that joins, yeah, like here, Run Me Down just joined. Good job, Run Me Down. Well, since Run Me Down just joined, you'll see he's member number 6. We're a very small community. I used to have a little bit of a larger community. That one kind of went to the wayside, so I'm kind of starting from scratch. So everybody's coming up at the same pace. So now if you actually look here, you'll have your username. If you want, well, you will have to. We have rules. So you'll be pushed into the rules section. All you have to do is agree to the rules. Once you agree to the rules, now you're into the welcome page. You can introduce yourself if you choose to. You don't have to. You can tell people about yourself in the community. And announcements. This will be any future announcements that's coming up that I might have planned or whatever. If you have any questions, got a forum that you can ask for help, and I'll try to answer. Anybody else in the community can view, but I don't have any admins or mods, so right now it's just me. So I'll be answering any questions. If you have any suggestions or feedback, I'm always open and willing to get as much any type of feedback, and I'll try to make the Discord as inviting. This is your Discord. So when I say a community, it's our community, not just mine, ours. So if you want to feature something, I'll try to create it and add it. How to use Discord. So anybody that's brand new, never used Discord before, I got a tutorial 101 for desktop, and then over here for mobile. So if you're on mobile, there's a video here you can watch as well. Breaking it down, we have channels. Now again, you'll be assigned rows. Everybody gets the standard row for right now. At the beginning, you do have some options. If you do want to take any of my classes, when they'll be offered, and they first class should be offered coming up here in August, which will be the Hugo website course. So that class will be open. And if you notice here, well, these will be my videos, and you'll be notified of any of my live streams, Q&As, and Mentors Workshop. This is where we can all hang out. And when I have events, we'll be able to sit and talk. And I should do one-on-one sessions. In our text channels, we have a general. So anybody that just see, like Run Me Down, we can wave to say hi to him. Hey there, Run. So we just said hi. And this is where you can type and talk to people. This is our general lounge. So anybody's, once they join, all you have to do is verify. It's going to do a two-step authorization. All it's going to do is once you sign up, it's going to check Discord to make sure that your email is valid. Once that, you have access to the server. The reason I do that is so we don't get trolls or anybody spamming and start joining the Discord and cause disruption. So I got some more security measures that I'm starting to implement to keep us all secure and protected. Okay, here you share your gifts. You can share your little emojis, whatever you want to do when you type into a message here. We can go back. Here, you can upload files. And again, the files per Discord, I think it's 25 megs or smaller. We can create polls, use apps. You can play games with other people as well. I also have off-topic conversations. So if it's just something bizarre, weird that you want to talk about, again, follow the rules and the guidelines. We have a memes channel. So anybody that's got any great memes and stuff, I'm always appreciative and enjoy, seeing new memes and things that make people laugh and on. Here, if you have any content. So again, I got a lot of my Filipino friends that do karaoke and stuff, and other people online, any YouTubers and stuff. Feel free to promote your YouTube channel so other people in the community can learn and follow you and learn more about you. So again, if you got Discord, any art, anything that you're working on, any projects, any tech projects, feel free to share them. Here, I got a cyber news channel. So if anybody didn't know, as of today, there was a big issue on the internet from CrowdStrike that they had a big mishap on one of their updates, what does it say? And yeah, it took down a large portion of the internet. So a lot of companies like airports and banks and stuff had a lot of big issues today. So there was it was very concerning. It was a very hectic day today in the cyber world. Maybe other people weren't affected. As you notice, see, CrowdStrike issue causes major outage affecting businesses around the world. So if anybody noticed that they were having some internet issues, well, yes, there was a reason. So come down here. I got some useful tools and stuff. I'll be adding more as we learn and we go. So if you like reverse engineering, here's a free open source reverse engineering tool I've been playing around with. I found it very useful. And then we also have this password generator for a security operation center lab. So it's a free password generator. I highly recommend people use it. Okay, and then the next section we have here, we have our general voice chat where we can all hang out. So anybody that's unfamiliar, I don't know if it's going to let me use maybe it will. Okay, I'm muted, but when you come in here, you can actually be able to talk with other people that's in the chat with us. So as you see here, I got my camera up, but you can turn your camera on. It's similar like Zoom. You can play games with other people. You can share your screen. You can turn on your microphone, and you can end your call. Here you can pop out your screen. Here you can make it full screen. Again, the tutorials tell you all this, but if you've used Zoom before, you'll have no problem with this. If you wanted to sit and text, you can check here, and now you can text to the people who's in the voice call. So you can join a voice call, but maybe you don't want to be on mic or you don't want to turn on your camera. You can also text as well. So we have that channel. To disconnect, you can turn on a microphone here, turn on your ears if you have headphones, your user settings to your account here. Another neat feature, if you click here, you can keep yourself online if you want people to see you. If you want to be idle, you can do that. You can put do not disturb if you don't want people to bother you, or you can be invisible like I am. So therefore people online most of the time, but sometimes I'm busy and I don't want people reached out. So you can set that setting up as well. And if you come back down here, that's my server settings. If you come back here, that's how you end the call. Another feature, if you look here, your noise suppression. And also, if you click here, you can see how your bandwidth is on your network. So you can see it's the closest server to me is Atlanta. I'm here in Florida, so Atlanta is the closest server, and it's showing me the pings. So if you're having any delays or maybe any, we'll just say, lagging in your audio as well, you can change servers. So you can bounce around and stuff. I think that might be for Nitro users too. Again, Nitro's a paid feature. I don't use it, but other people do. All right, so if we come here, get back out of here, we're going to exit the voice, and we'll go through a couple more channels here. So if we come into music, this is my music channel. So I got a couple of music videos. If you guys got new music videos or whatever and you want to share, feel free to share it. Eventually, we're going to start up a karaoke party. So again, any of my Filipino friends and the communities and stuff might want to join, or anybody even here in the States that likes to sing and stuff, feel free to join. We can have a karaoke party night and stuff. We can set it up and get people involved. But I do need some people to actually help join the server so I can actually start testing some of these features out. I've tested on my side, but now I can get live feedback. So we can see if everything's working correctly, and if it's not, we can tweak the server and get it up and running. I also want to start maybe a movie night. So we got a movie night created right here for a channel. And if we come here, this is going to be for my classes. So if you get the class row, you'll be able to access this. Now right here for right now, I've got some resources for my first course, which is the Get.io, GitHub pages or Git pages. And we're also going to be using Hugo. So if you see right here, Hugo Static Site Generator course will be coming soon of August 2024. So this is where I'll be giving you information and stuff as well as resources where I've already added a few that you'll be using in the course. But if you go here, this is my Google Classroom. So once you click on the Classroom, it'll actually take you to my course. And just to show you here, the Classroom code is going to be changed, but just to show you for a demo. So if you look here, this is my account. And if you look over here, this is the Hugo Basics. But if we come back home, you can now see all my courses. So I'm going to have Get.io and Hugo Basics. Your journey starts here. This is the first. And then we're going to go in order. So that the thing is, after you complete it, you'll get an extra row in the Discord for each course that you complete, which will therefore open up more opportunities in the Discord for you. The next course is the Windows and Linux Fundamentals. Third course will be Networking 101, and then your Cybersecurity 101. After that, I'm going to be working on a separate Discord to where we'll open up a new row for a new Discord, which is going to give us just tons of projects we're going to be able to work on. We're going to now start being able to get into the nitty gritty and really have some fun. We'll be able to do more pen testing. We're going to be able to, like I said, we'll have tons and tons of labs. And again, it'll be like a choose your own adventure. If you like networking, you can use that row. If you like pen testing, you can use that row. If you want a little bit of both, a red team and blue team, you could do security and pen testing. You could do that. We'll have IoT development, a little mixture of everything. So again, that'll be underway once I get these courses taken care of. So I've got a lot of plans and a lot of ideas ahead on how I want this community to grow. But I can't do it without you. But I guarantee I'm always sitting behind the scenes working, and my mind's always going. So I'm always working on something. Hopefully this has been beneficial. I hope to see people join the Discord and hang out with us. And let's click that up here. And let's see. And as subscribers go, just to give you guys an idea, I'm at 107. I actually got a little email from YouTube that said I broke 100 subscribers. So I want to say thank you to all the people that's followed me and have supported me. Even if you haven't joined the community or you don't even probably even know what my content's about here on YouTube. But if you watch any of the live videos, so if we actually come here, and anybody don't know how YouTube works, here we are right now doing this video. But if you go underneath my live, you'll actually be able to see I've actually done some more CTF. So like Mr. Robot, we did a big walkthrough, and again, 3 to 4 hours long. They normally don't take this long. The reason why is I'm trying to go over a lot of basics and fundamentals. So therefore, you'll get an idea of what my courses are going to be, but they're going to be more focused and organized and in a structure. Right now, I'm just going off the cuff. There's no scripts. Everything you see here is live and raw, if you haven't realized by now. All right. And my courses and classes, I don't want to say it'll be scripted, but it'll definitely have a lot more structure, which will be the PDFs that you'll be able to follow, the labs, the videos will be structured. There'll be questions. It'll be just like a full course as if you were in a high school or even college in a way. Now, the thing is, are you going to be able to get a certification? These are preparing you for certifications, but I cannot offer you a certification because I do not have, let's just say, I don't know, accreditation, I guess, from the state. I'm not a college. I'm just an average person, but I want to be able to give you information that, yes, you can pass your certifications if you apply yourself and follow the courses and the labs that will be provided. If we look here, under my playlist, I've actually got some of these broken down. So if people were trying to realize what my channel is actually about, the karaoke and chill tunes is just another side of me to just relax, have fun. And I started this because of my the Filipino community and the karaoke. Normally, I didn't do any of this, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to let people see a different side of me. Here's my cybersecurity videos. These are some older videos I did. I've actually, speaking of, people haven't realized, I've actually got some channels up now. So if you guys actually want to check them out and maybe follow, if you go to Rumble and Odyssey, now right now the content's the same on both because I'm trying to check out the platforms and grow them, but I will be putting different content up on these. So if we type it, well, we could go here. If we come to it, we could go to my channels. These are multiple channels that I have. Now, if you see here, this is the mentors. We'll open this link. This is the mentors on Rumble. Again, if you guys are using YouTube, Rumble is another way to get your videos out, and it's very similar to like YouTube. So again, you got a studio, you got editing, all that. So the first forensics that we did is this one. This is part 1. This is part 2 that we're doing today. Here's my Mr. Robot CTF walkthrough. This is an intro video, and this is a journey begins. So these are these 4 videos here, but you have your videos that you can upload. You have your live section. It's very similar, just like YouTube. As you notice right here, you can upload your stream. So you can use OBS or whatever you're using. You can also get paid, and you can get monetized as well on Rumble. Now, some other channels, if people are unfamiliar, I have one called You Don't Know Jack, which is another name I go by online. Again, I haven't made any content for these, but eventually I want to start making some. Jack Reacts. This will be video content of me just reacting to different YouTubers, different things I find interesting online, or different things going on in the world. And then Genial Discourse. This will be more of a philosophical, ideological, not really a debate, but more of a discussion where I can sit down and maybe conversate with people about politics, religion, that everything don't have to divide all of us, that we can actually have genial discourse, cordial conversations. And again, there's some methodology that I'll be using. I don't like saying debate because debate, there's a winner and a loser. And this one, it's more exploring and better understanding other people's views and opinions. And maybe we can find some middle ground. I mean, we don't find any middle ground, and that's okay. We can all agree to disagree. That's perfectly fine. But I think something like that would actually be helpful. So yeah, I've got some intro videos for that. And as on my YouTube, some of the intro videos that you saw in the playlist, that's for these channels. The other one I would like to show you guys is Odyssey. So if anybody's not familiar with Odyssey, it's similar like YouTube, and it's free as well. And you can also get monetized as well from Odyssey. So if you notice here, give it a second. This is Odyssey. When we click here, we can go to my channel. And as you see, I don't have any followers, so that would be great if you guys want to check out. But again, mentors across all platforms, M3NT0RZ. And again, same videos that I have posted onto Rumble. But eventually, I'm going to have different content for the different platforms as they grow. So that's 3. And I might post this in my YouTube so you guys can see other platforms if you want to follow me on and reach out to. So I might put it in the bottom of this description of this video. So again, you have your content, your playlist, your channels. You can look at all your memberships as well. Same thing with Rumble. You can set up a paywall. So therefore, Locals is part of Rumble. And I'm trying to remember the backside of Odyssey. I think there's a community you can do. But they, and if anybody's unfamiliar with Locals, see, it's another community for creators. We don't want to do my location. But what you can do is, see, Locals, own your creative independence. Pay the creator, not the platform. So if YouTube's taking all your money, or you got any of these other platforms, you can now create your own community. So if you want to, like Patreon, set up your own paywall, you can actually set that up. So therefore, Locals is these are different people that you see that's over here. So we got the Watchers, Dinesh D'Souza, James Caddis, X-Ray Girl, Matt Moores. Some of these people I know, some of these people I don't. Oh yeah, there's Mark Dice. Some of these are political people. There's Dan Bongino, another one of my favorites I like to watch. But again, it's a community that works alongside with your Rumble account. So therefore you can make a paywall behind it. So therefore it's all in one place. And again, you can get paid, you can have subscriptions, all that stuff. So therefore you're being able to keep your money to yourself instead of having to share it with Patreon where everybody gets their cut. So again, it's a free platform. It's definitely hosted for free speech. So that's what Rumble became a competitor, because YouTube, yes, they're still the big dog in the cyber world. However, there's a new person in town that is a competitor, and YouTube, like them or hate them, you can reach more people through it. The problem is there is a big cancel culture out there, and YouTube's terms of service, it depends on their whim that you might be breaking their terms of service and not even know it. And then you get a strike against your channel. With Rumble, they're more transparent. They honor free speech. When I say free speech, the true meaning of free speech, again, not causing anybody knows, calling for violence or riots, that's not free speech. That's against the law. But if you believe in free speech and you believe, like I do, the reason we have free speech is to protect any statements or content or anything that other people might find offensive. Words cannot, they can be offensive. It's okay. Just because you're offended, that's your problem. See, the rest of the world, maybe other people and governments want to have tyranny and tell people what they can and cannot say. But here in the United States, we still have a constitution. And our constitution and that First Amendment tells us we have freedom of speech. That's why it is the First Amendment. And there's 5 elements to the First Amendment. You have the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, the freedom to petition your government, freedom of religion, and we can protest our government. So again, when you break down those 5 elements and stuff, speech. And just because you may not like what somebody says or what they might be into and stuff, well, even if you find it offensive, cancel culture needs to end. And I'm sorry if I'm going on a political rant, but I can't stand cancel culture. I grew up in a time we could agree to disagree. What you do in your home is your business. What I do in my home is my business. As long as you're not hurting anybody else. Feelings, that's a different story. There's no laws. We don't have laws. Laws of what? Law enforcement. See, when you got police officers or anybody else that does, like when we do First Amendment audits, you have a right to sit here and monitor our government. We have a right to transparency. But when people try to tell us, oh, you can't do that and can't do that, they don't have, again, if it's a government agency, we, the people, our government no longer represents us. The government is us. And we elect those people to represent us. And in America, as long as I'm alive and many other people, and we got platforms like this, we will always have an alternative free speech platform. That we're not going to let these tech giants censor us and tell us what we can and cannot say. And again, I know it's a political rant and I might lose subscribers or whatever over this rant, so be it. At the end of the day, First Amendment, number 1. The second thing is I respect all people and I hope everybody respects me. But there's an old saying that a lot of us grew up with, and Generation X specifically. Respect is earned, never given. I will always be courteous to other people. I will always be kind to other people. But don't get it twisted. Just because I'm courteous and kind does not mean I have to respect you. Respect is earned. And there's many people that I've learned to respect. I will always be courteous. There's no reason I'm going to be offensive to people I don't know. If you don't like somebody, don't talk to them. If you don't like a channel, move on. If you don't like my content, nobody's forcing you to stay here. However, even in my Discord community, I'm a big supporter of freedom of speech. Now, picking on people and bullying people, we're all adults. I pull for the underdog. I don't like anybody bullying anybody. I think we've all been bullied at one point in our lives or another. We're not in high school anymore. We're not in elementary school. We're all adults. We can all be considerate and kind of one another. We can all have differences of views and differing opinions. However, at the end of the day, we can be courteous and kind to one another. And there's block features. If you don't like somebody and they message you, block them. You have a lot of freedom at your hands. So like I said, when I get admins and mods, the only reason that they're going to be there, there's checks and balances. Nobody's going to have power over anybody else. The only person that has in power is me because that's my Discord. However, I still answer to Discord. It's not my platform. So at the end of the day, all I ask people and stuff, be respectful. If you break the rules and stuff, it's a zero tolerance program. Now, again, I look at it case by case, but if somebody wants to be a knucklehead and wants to be rude and disrespectful, and just, when I say disrespectful, I mean like truly disrespectful. If you don't like somebody or whatever, you understand, I'm not here to babysit. But the thing is, I will ban people automatically. I want genuine people that truly want to make the server better and want to all learn and come up together. And also we can better our skill sets and people can get employed. That's the end goal. that you can get employed, you can change your life, you can actually make good money, take care of your family. And even if you're not in it for the money, you could just be like a hobbyist. Come and join the fun, meet different people, different cultures. And this is where my little conundrum is trying to invite other cultures into my community. I'm not bilingual and I'm not fluent on other languages. However, hopefully, as the community grows, I can get other people to assist and help, because I'm old school. I believe all information should be free. Education and college should not be at these ridiculous prices. And there's free information, and we can educate and build each other all up. And that's what my goal is at the end of the day, to help raise and build everybody up and have some fun along the way. And as well, I like to learn new things too. And I like to meet new people. I don't know everything. I never claim to say I know everything. So again, we're going to learn as we go, but I'll share with you information that I know and skills that I know. And hopefully you'll share your skills with me. And we all grow and become better. And on that note, I think I rambled long enough. Thank you again for watching the video. I hope everybody is having, what is today? Friday. Yeah. Having a good weekend, enjoying your Friday. Probably going to do a little stream, probably tomorrow, probably a little music screen. Hang out a little bit. Again, maybe even hang out on the Discord if we got some newcomers and stuff. So if not, you guys have an enjoyable rest of your weekend, and I'll see you on the flip side. And hopefully I'll catch some of you guys on some streams a little bit later, and on my karaoke friends. No, it's really late. It's 5 in the morning for most of them. So it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon for us. So, so last thing I do want to say, for my karaoke friends in the Philippines, I want to try to ask you in your own channels, but I want to throw it if anybody does watch this video, especially the end, or I might make a separate video. I want to find out your ideas, if it's okay that on the Jack Reacts, I'm thinking about reacting maybe to your streams. So therefore, I can tell people what I think about maybe one or two of the singers. I'm not going to, record the whole stream, but maybe join in on a stream. I'll restream, and then I tell people about your community. So hopefully we can bring more traffic and more people to join your communities, and we can have the best of both worlds. So we can get more interaction. Now, again, the time difference, yes, that's a little bit harder. 12 hours, 8 hours, being across the pond does make it a little bit difficult. But I will say, for anybody that is states, the Filipino streams, they're really fun. They really are. They're great groups of people. I've really enjoyed, like I said, meeting a lot of different people. And again, a wide variety of singers. And also in that community, it's not just karaoke. I've been realizing there's people that do travel vlogs. They do a lot of traveling. Some people do food vlogs. So if you're interested in different cultures, especially Filipino culture, but there's also Korean culture, Chinese culture. If you like meeting people, I'm going to say, definitely come along with us. I'm going to show you the journey that I went down, and hopefully you will too. And that you'll just have as much fun and be as excited as I have been. So to all my community, karaoke community out there, I love all you guys. And I noticed a couple people in chat. I'm going to give a shout out to Retro. If you guys don't know, he's stateside. He's a great guy. Definitely, if you get to check him out, it's me, Retro. Type it into the YouTube. You should see his channel pop up. But if not, I'll definitely be posting or making some videos of any of you streamers. I'll do a little review. I'll give a link, and we can drive some traffic to each other. And again, if you guys want to send them to me, that's fine. If not, that's fine too. I'll promote myself. I have no issues doing that. I like grassroots and growing slowly, getting people to actually want to engage and be part of a community. I'm not concerned about a YouTube plaque. I'm not concerned about numbers. But eventually, you know what? If I can make a little side money on the side, that's wonderful. Who don't like a little bit of extra spending money? But again, I do thank all you, most of the Filipinos, for promoting and subscribing to my channel, and people on the stateside. But any of my subscribers, I want to thank you all from the very bottom of my heart, that I've always wanted to kind of create a community and make the YouTube bigger and stuff. It's always been really small, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe I can hit the larger masses. So as I'm getting older, at this age, I truly, truly want to say thank you. I never thought that, I guess I could be a content creator or an influencer, whatever those words even mean. I'm just Jimmy. So at the end of the day, you all know me as mentors, but I'm just Jimmy at the end of the day. I'm proud to know and meet every single one of you. Again, join the Discord. Have a great weekend. Oorah and simplify. And I'm about to be out. I'm going to end the stream over here on the YouTube. And let's get up here. I think it's still open. And okay, I got to figure out why I can't get out. This ain't good. I think I logged out. Oh no. All right. Trying to log in. All right. Again, take care. Peace. Catch y'all later. I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now. All right. All right. I got the channel back open. So ending stream. You guys have a good one. Talk to you later. Peace. Deuces. And get right here. And I'll have video uploaded in